check, check. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which a world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I start today's session by first welcoming back the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Valerie Woods, who has successfully completed her cancer treatment. Our very best wishes to her in this new chapter of her survivorship. For the records of this Honorable House, I extend 1. Thanks to the Parliament of Barbados for hosting a successful 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference. Belize was represented by Senator Janelle Chanona on behalf of the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mrs. Clarita Petch, and me. As you all may be aware, the National Assembly is a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, which is a strategic partner providing tremendous technical support and capacity building in making our parliament more modern, inclusive, open, and resilient. The CPC included a topical debate on the Commonwealth, a global partner, the Emilia Lifaka Memorial Lecture given by the Right Honorable Mia Moore Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, on the state of global and regional democracy, and many important workshops on key parliamentary thematic areas such as women empowerment, climate resilience, disabilities, work-life balance, scrutiny and oversight of public accounts, to name a few. At a meeting of the Caribbean, Atlantic, and Americas, the CAA of the CPA, the clerk and I, on behalf of the National Assembly, received a Digital Parliaments Project Innovation Award from PopVox Foundation as a partner in a project of the National Assembly that is leading efforts in the Caribbean to modernize legislative information systems, to improve public access and make Parliament more transparent and easier to understand, to enhance procedural efficiency and effectiveness both for parliamentarians and staff, to ensure long-term AI readiness by building local technical capacity and fostering knowledge sharing across regional and global parliamentary networks. This project was made possible through the National Assembly's membership of Parliamericas, and I ask you all to join us in congratulating the National Assembly on this award under the leadership of our clerk, Mrs. Clarita Petch. 3, congratulations to Senator Brittany Galvez, who was elected to serve as the first Vice President for Central America on the Executive Committee of the Parliamericas Network for Gender Equality. This occurred at the 17th gathering of the network held on September 25th to 26th in Brasilia, Brazil. Belize now has 2 parliamentarians in executive positions of All Americas, as I serve currently on the board of directors, so I ask you to join me in congratulating Senator Brittany Galvez. I also want to recognize Senator Rosal Arana's representation at the Commonwealth Climate Forum in commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP30. This was organized by the CPA and held at the Houses of Parliament, United Kingdom, from the 14th to the 16th October. This important event examined the critical role of parliamentarians in holding governments accountable for climate commitments, influencing national climate policies, and scrutinizing adherence to international agreements. I look forward to Senator Rosella Rana sharing her experience with us at some time in the future. Finally, I thank the Vice President of the Senate, Senator Linsford Castillo, in representing the President of the Senate at the 47th Conference of the CPA-CAA region held from September the 5th to the 13th in the Bahamas under the theme Deepening of Regional Democracy and Independent Parliament. I should have mentioned this in our last Senate meeting, so thank you, Vice President Castillo. Honorable members, by a letter dated 17th October 2025, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. Belize Electricity Investments Bill 2025. 2. Fiscal Incentives Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. 3. Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund Program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, US $7 million loan motion 2025. 4. Inter-American Development Bank program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, US $7 million loan motion 2025.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before starting, may I just, on behalf of the government senators, wish all our Belizeans, followers of the Hindu, Sikh, and the Jainism faith, Happy Diwali today. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills: the Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025, Fiscal Incentives Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025, and Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management Bill 2025. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order Number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 5/1/15, the 22nd Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, number 6/1/15, the 23rd Annual Report from the Contractor General for the period April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025, number 7/1/15, Development Finance Corporation's Annual Report for the year 2024, number 8/1/15, Belize Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan 2025-2030, and number 9/1/15, Belize Social Investment Fund Financial Statements for the years ended March 31st, 2025 and 24, and Independent Auditor's Report.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the sitting or business of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with your leave, can we take these two loan motions together? Thank you. Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance to execute a program to improve the labor force participation and employability in Belize, hereinafter called the program, whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will strengthen the public employment service to promote access to labor markets, particularly targeting women, youth, and migrants, and two, increase the supply of relevant skills aligned with labor market needs. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan in the sum of US $7 million from the bank's ordinary capital resources and a non-reimbursable investment financing US $1 million financed through the IDB's grant facility, as well as the financing from the Taiwan ICDF in the amount of US $7 million. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered loan financing up to $7 million US from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Principal amount, $7 million. Disbursement schedule over a period of 5 years from the date of signature of the loan contract. The loan term, 25 years inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments. Repayment period, 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $179,487.18. The rate of interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per SOFR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loan. And a credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis, not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that His Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the quality of the labor force in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. Madam President, excusing the reading of the recitals of the next one, which is virtually identical, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve the quality of the labor force in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. Madam President, Honorable Senators, the supporting documents are before the Honorable Senate, and I commend the resolution, the motions.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, these two motions, the IDB bank loan of US $7 million and Taiwan ICDF loan of US $7 million represent two twin pillars of one program, that is a program to improve labor force participation and employment here in Belize. The opposition, Madam President, fully supports this national goal. Belizeans want to work, they want skills, and they want an opportunity. But Madam President, good intentions are not a substitute for good governance. We therefore say yes to the objective, but no to a blank check. We must ensure that the debt we incur today actually delivers measurable results tomorrow. As you heard Senator Courtney describe, Madam President, the program has a total financing package of US $15 million, $7 million from an IDB loan, and he told us the conditions of that, and $7 million from the Taiwan ICDF loan, and an IDB grant of US $1 million. And its aim, as he told us, is to modernize the public employment service, job matching, digital platforms, employer services, and also to implement demand-driven training pipelines in BPO, tourism, green and blue economy skills, digital literacy, and child care workforce development, with stipends for transport, meals, and child care. This we got from the accompanying documents. But, Madam President, there are issues with debt and and fiscal exposure. To begin with, Madam President, there is a variable rate risk. The IDB, as you heard Senator Courtney say, the loan floats on SOFR. If rates rise, Belize's interest bill will also rise with it. The government, therefore, must publish a sensitivity analysis showing total costs on the different rate scenarios, should there be a variation. It also, Madam President, offers exposure with commitment fees. Both loans charge a 0.75 or approximate 0.75% on undisbursed funds, and every delay in procurement costs money. Quarterly disbursement dashboards should, Madam President, be made public. There is also the proportionality risk. Disbursements are linked to pro rata across the IDB, ICDF, and grant. If one partner slows, the entire program stalls while fees continue. Government, therefore, Madam President, must present a contingency plan to bridge funding in the event that any of them stalls behind. There is also the issue of sovereign immunity. The ICDF agreement includes a standard waiver and New York jurisdiction. Before signing, Parliament must review the final text to ensure no security interest over sovereign assets. And then there are governance and execution issues, Madam President. The CEU, the Central Executing Unit, under the Ministry of Finance, we're told, will run procurement and M&E. A project steering committee will guide policy, and private training operators will deliver the courses. Transparency, Madam President, demands that these structures and their members be published. The appointment of CEU staff, approval of the POM, the Project Operations Manual, and a signed MOU between the Ministries of Finance and Labor must be met and made public before the first drawdown happens. Procurement rules, Madam President, follow IDB's 2019 policies. All contracts and consultancies should be posted on the government portal. We have not seen that. Admin ceiling 10%. Hard cap in the manual, and budget that is greater than or equal to 90% must go directly to training, equipment, and stipends. And lastly, local capacity first. Qualified Belizean training centers and institutions must be given preference to deliver programs and benefit from this investment. Madam President, we demand as well, on this side of the Senate, equity and social safeguards. The program targets women and youth, which we support, but we must guarantee that Belizeans and permanent residents are not crowded out by temporary migrant beneficiaries, especially since we seem to have some newfound immigration policy coming our way. Gender lens, Madam President, a report from on female participation and employment outcomes should be given to us semi-annually. Child care stipends, they must be ensured and we must ensure that they're actually paid so women can participate. And transparency of beneficiary selection. We must publish eligibility criteria and aggregate beneficiary data to prove fairness and reach. So we recommend, Madam President, that transparency comes before disbursement and that the government publish the manual, that the government publishes the procurement plan, the results matrix, the annual operating plan, and the rate fee scenario table. We demand as well, Madam President, that quarterly public reporting be done. Disbursements versus plan, training starts and completions, job placements, female participation, and spending ratios. We request as well, Madam Speaker, that a Belizean first policy be put in place where a minimum of 80% of the trainees be Belizean citizens or permanent residents, and that we see a fixed admin cap of 10% hard-coded in this program budget, Madam President. As I've said quite often, much of the money is leaked into other things and very little goes into, or not enough goes into, the actual program. There ought to be as well, Madam President, an independent audit and oversight. The Auditor General audit and the IDB supervision mission reports must be laid before us in Parliament. And or request as well for disclosure of legal waivers. Final ICDF loan text with sovereign immunity waiver and jurisdiction clause to be presented to us here in the Senate and Legal and Finance Committee, here in the Senate through our Legal and Finance Committees before execution. Madam President, in closing, Belize's people need opportunity, they need skills, what they don't need is more debt. If managed transparently and efficiently, this joint program can move families from dependency to dignity of work. But if handled poorly, it becomes another expensive lesson in bureaucracy and fees. So we say, Madam Speaker, yes to jobs, yes to training, but no to blind borrowing. Let these loans be approved only with firm conditions for transparency, Belizean participation, and accountability. In doing so, we honor our partnership with our friends at the IDB and Taiwan ICDF, and we protect the Belizean taxpayer, ultimately, who are ultimately responsible to repay these loans. I thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the quality of the labor force in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Taiwan International Cooperation and Development Fund on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan and all other documents associated therewith. Honorable members, now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly improve the quality of the labor force in Belize, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to ratify and give effect to the FBL share purchase agreement for the acquisition of the entirety of the issued and outstanding share capital in Fortis Belize Limited by the Government of Belize, and the BEL share purchase agreement for the acquisition by the Government of Belize of 22,984,662 shares in Belize Electricity Limited, owned by Fortis Cayman Inc., to charge a consolidated revenue fund with and authorize the payment of the purchase price and related sums therefrom, to authorize the Financial Secretary to make the payments, and to issue Treasury bills and Treasury notes for the purposes of financing the said acquisitions, to raise the principal sum represented by Treasury bills and Treasury notes outstanding at any one time, to authorize the divestment of FBL shares and the BL shares to members of the public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, in discharge of my obligation, I wish to disclose to the Senate that for over a decade, the law firm of which I'm a partner represents Fortis Belize in the transaction underlying this bill. Madam President, the Belize Electricity Investments Bill is a bill that has generated sufficient discussion in the House of Representatives on Friday, and I suspect it will here as well as it ought to. It arose in the context of Fortis Belize informing the government that it had decided to exit Belize as it has exited the Caribbean, or at least in Turks and Caicos Islands, by selling its assets, its hydro assets, to a foreign entity. The government indicated to Fortis Belize that that was not the preferred option for the government, and sought to engage Fortis in selling the assets to the government of Belize, with the intention of the government then divesting the shareholding in Fortis Belize Limited. Madam President, negotiations then took place. Senators have the underlying documents, the share purchase agreements, and the valuation by NERA, the expert report from Mr. Suknandan, Joseph Suknandan, well known, I believe, to some of us in here, long-standing expert in electricity and engineering. And the intention of the government is, one, as shown by the bill, to acquire the shares, two, to sell the shares to the members of the public at a price no lower than the acquisition cost, so that there will have to be a net zero impact or a benefit on the government. And then, Madam President, in order to achieve that, the Treasury bill and the Treasury notes would have to be, the limit would have to be increased so that government can raise the funds to purchase these shares. The Financial Secretary would be authorized to make the payments when they are due, to close the transaction, and then there is going to be a offer, as has happened before with BTL, as has happened with BEL, of a divestment of the shares. The persons who buy shares will be given the exemptions that are set out in the bill. And Madam President, the main objective here is, one, to stem the outflow of foreign exchange by Fortis having the shares, which it wanted to sell to another foreigner. And secondly, Madam President, quite critically, there is an automatic escalator clause in the underlying instruments under which Fortis supplies energy to Belize Electricity Limited. It is the intention of the Cabinet, as I understand it, to terminate that clause so that there is not an automatic increase in the cost of power to BEL, and which is then passed on to consumers. Those two are the primary objectives, Madam President, of this transaction. The third being, of course, to give an opportunity for Belizeans to participate in the equity and debt market that will become available on the divestment of the shares of the company. Madam President, there's one additional feature, which is, as I understand it in the negotiations that took place, Fortis indicated to the government that they wish to sell their interest in Belize Electricity Limited, approximately 22 million shares, which they had gotten back in 2015 post the nationalization. Those shares have now been agreed to be sold to the government of Belize at a significantly discounted price. And so Fortis, at the end of this transaction, would be fully exiting Belize. It will leave in place, Madam President and members of the Senate, Fortis Belize, which would be Hydro Belize, which is a company currently managed by Belizeans. Belizeans with experience, Belizeans with expertise, and that management would remain in place. Therefore, Madam President, we commend the bill to the House. We believe it is in the national interest that the legislation be approved in order to stem approximately $20-odd million every year in foreign exchange revenue going out, and to allow Belizeans to participate in this venture. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Madam President, to begin with, I don't understand how my friend, the leader of government business, so nonchalantly gets up and says that he has a conflict and expect us to just blink and look over that. In fact, Madam President, he now brings into question another senator as well, who is his law partner at his law firm. So both of them, he has indicated, have acted. I'm not sure if he said just now that they continue to act for Fortis, but that has got to be a conflict. And so, Madam President, I would want to start there. These members should really recuse themselves from these proceedings, or at least the votes, if they have some stake. And for those who might say, this is not a conflict, well, you work for these individuals, you are expected to do what you need to do in order to see their processes through. They are intent on selling their shares, and you are their agent, and then you will come and approve the buying of those shares and the monies that are to come to spend on attaining these shares. This, Madam President, has got to be a conflict, and I don't know what the procedure is here, but I would ask you, Madam President, to have us make some kind of decision as to what is to happen here, because it cannot be that two and maybe more, I'm understanding other people might also have interest in BEL or Fortis who sit in this chamber, and we are sit down and have them decide on what is going to happen here. So may I ask, Madam President, for your direction?
Madam President, on a point of order. First of all,
can you tell us what's standing order, your point of order?
Madam President, first of all, my friend Senator Farber misrepresents what I said. I have never had and will never have any interest in Fortis Belize. Never ever. I am obliged, if there is an issue in which a firm in which I'm a partner comes before the Senate, to make the disclosure on the Senate floor, as I have done before. There is no provision, unless he can find it, and there is none that disqualifies me from participating, having disclosed that my law firm advises Fortis Belize in a transaction that has concluded. I have made the disclosure that is required. I did not say, and I do not have any interest in Fortis Belize or BEL for that matter, since that is tangentially related to the matter before the Senate.
Madam President, I don't understand how he can say he has no interest in Fortis Belize. Yes, he might not hold any shares, hold any stocks in the company or anything like that, and that is not what I accused him of. And he can try to be technical here, but it has got to be a major concern. Out of good conscience, you should have recused yourself. How can you sit here telling me and the Belizean people that you will act in the best judgment on their part, on their behalf, when in fact you have also said to Fortis Belize that you, sir, and your law firm will act on their behalf on these matters, and I'm glad that you've clarified that you are still acting for Fortis Belize. The majority will have its way today, but let it be known, let it be put on the record that this cannot be good for the people of Belize. This is a stench. This is a mark now, and I'm not accusing you of anything, which is why you should not give the Belizean people any opportunity to second guess or to be skeptical. You know, may I hurt you and Senator Cowie for recusing yourself from this voting or from this bill and send other senators? You knew the bill was coming. So this has got to send the signal that something is wrong. And we've seen many other red flags, many other red lights, which I will get into now, Madam President, but for the record, what happened? For the record, to me that stinks to high heaven that they would sit in this chamber and not recuse themselves when they know they have, they act as agents for Fortis Belize. Madam President, we on the opposition side do not quarrel with the principle of national ownership. We desire, Madam President, a Belize where our people control our resources because, in fact, it is the UDP's way. It is the record of the UDP that we put these, in fact, we even enshrined the ownership of some of these utility companies in the Constitution. But to question the judgment is where we want to go in this instance. The judgment, the timing, and again, judgment on full display right here in these chambers when two of these members are from a law firm that acts on behalf of Fortis. The judgment, the timing, the structure of this government's latest venture into the energy sector. We are told, Madam President, that this bill is a patriotic act, a historic step that brings the dams, the power, and the profits home. But when the flag waving fails, Madam President, and we examine the facts, what we see is not vision, but political theater. Not foresight, Madam President, but financial nostalgia. Not planning, Madam President, but sentimentality paid for by the Belizean taxpayer. Madam President, Belize deserves the truth behind the glossy presentation. Let us set the record clearly. In the early 1900s, 1990s, sorry. Getting on in here, you see, I need my glasses. In the early 1990s, government pursued hydroelectric power on the Makal River to cut fuel imports. The first plant, Moyahon, came online in 1995. Chaleo followed in 2005 and Vaca in 2010. Together, Madam President, they form what we now call the Makal River Hydroelectric Cascade, generating roughly 1/3 of Belize's power during normal rainfall years. All three facilities, Madam President, were owned by Belize Electricity Company Limited, BECOL, later called Fortis, a subsidiary of Fortis Incorporated of Canada. Fortis also became the majority owner of BEL, our national distributor, when it bought controlling shares in 1999. So for over a decade, one foreign company controlled both generation and distribution. In 2011, under the UDP administration, BEL was nationalized to protect consumers from rising tariffs and foreign dominance. The subsequent dispute led to the Electricity Acquisition Settlement Act of 2015, which gave Fortis a 33.3% shareholding in BEL and a put option, the right to sell back those shares to government at book value any time after 2019. Fast forward to 2025, Madam President, and Fortis is now exercising that option. But instead of limiting the transaction to those BEL shares, as the 2015 agreement contemplated, this government chooses now to go further. It has decided to buy all of Fortis Belize's limited shares, the hydro company itself, for US $110 million plus the BEL shares. That was not a legal requirement, Madam President. That was a choice this administration is making, and one that Belizeans will be repaying for decades. The government calls it, Madam President, a discount. They say they bought the hydro assets for less than their valuation, and the BEL shares below book value. But, Madam President, a discount only matters when a purchase is necessary. This, I repeat, was not necessary. Belize was already receiving power from those plants through long-term power purchase agreements that stretch into the 2050s and 60s. We already had the electricity. We already paid for it at regulated rates. There was no crisis demanding this buyout. And yet, the government has chosen to borrow more than $250 million Belize dollars, billion with a B, to make this symbolic purchase. To finance it, the bill raises the Treasury bill ceiling from $400 million Belize dollars to $600 million Belize dollars, and the Treasury note ceiling from $1.2 billion Belize dollars to $1.6 billion Belize dollars. It authorizes direct withdrawals from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And that means, Madam President, higher domestic debt, higher interest costs, and less fiscal room for schools, hospitals, or hurricane relief. Madam President, the Prime Minister on Friday called the debt that this will incur temporary debt. But there is no such thing as temporary debt. There are only permanent interest payments. Let us consider, Madam President, the technical reality now. What exactly are we buying? The government's own consultants, Suknandan Consulting and NERA Economic Consulting, have detailed the technical condition of these plants. Moyahon, commissioned in 1995, Madam President, is 30 years old next year. It suffers from heat buildup. This is in their report, you know. It suffers from heat buildup, inadequate ventilation, and outdated electrical panels. It will need, Madam President, according to their evaluator, major overhaul within 5 years. And then we move on to Chaleo. Built in 2005. This, Madam President, we are told, is the main reservoir. It shows sedimentation, spillway erosion, the evaluator says, and aging water stops. Its last full bathymetric survey, The study that measures how much storage remains was done, the evaluator says, over 10 years ago. And then the youngest of them all, Vaca, is already corroded in its penstock and rockfall hazards in its tail race channel. This is terminology the evaluator uses. The report, Madam President, also warns that the emergency preparedness plan is outdated and that dam instrumentation and sensors must be replaced. In short, Madam President, these plants are functional, yes, but they are aging and will require millions more for safe, efficient operation. Yes, the bill says nothing about, yet the bill says nothing about dam safety, a dam safety fund. The bill says nothing, Madam President, about an environmental management plan. The bill says nothing, Madam President, about how future maintenance will be financed. We are buying the house, but forgetting to budget for the roof. And then, Madam President, there are climate and environmental risks. Hydropower itself depends on rainfall, and rainfall, we all know, is no longer predictable as it once used to be. The Makal River's flow has become erratic. Drought years now hit harder, and that they last longer as well, Madam President. And during those dry periods, BEL must import electricity even more from Mexico at prices up to 5 times higher than the regulated tariff. Meanwhile, deforestation and wildfires are filling the Chalito Reservoir with silt, reducing its ability to store and power output and reducing its output every year. The NERA evaluation, Madam President, itself concedes that without expensive dredging and watershed rehabilitation, generation could fall as much as by 15% within a 10-year period. So while the government boasts that these dams are national treasures, it forgets to mention that they are declining assets that will demand continuous reinvestment. And then, Madam President, there are also legal and sovereign risks. So let's look at the legal framework. Both of the share purchase agreements for the hydro company and for BEL are governed by English law, and they require arbitration in Miami and include an explicit waiver of Belize's sovereign immunity. We have been down this road before, Madam President. We have fought foreign judgments in foreign courts and paid dearly for the lesson. And they will tell you that. They will remind you, I see Senator Courtney smiling. He will bring back something that happened in the Barrow administration to say, well, the truth of the matter is, whatever happened in the past, you were the ones who said that you'd be progressive. You were the one who promised the people change. You were the one who promised the people Plan 2.0 or whatever it is. So not tell me about what happened back then. Let us not repeat the same mistakes if indeed you deem them to be mistakes. I didn't say they were. To claim you are reclaiming sovereignty while signing away immunity is hypocrisy of the highest order. Madam President, a patriotic deal should never begin by surrendering the nation's legal shield. And then there is the divestment of the assets, which the bill also attempts to get approval for. This is perhaps, Madam President, the most baffling element of all of what is to come next. The bill itself, Madam President, authorizes the government to divest these shares, to sell them again as soon as practicable. So after borrowing hundreds of millions to buy these companies, the government plans to sell them again quickly to so-called local investors. That is not nationalizations, my friend. That is speculative trading in the name of patriotism. It is the same cycle that has haunted this sector for 30 years. Sell, regret, buy back, then sell again. Sell, regret, buy back, then sell again. Madam President, let's look at public ownership versus private profit. And here lies the heart of the matter. Even if we accept the acquisition, we must reject the reckless plan to divest the very assets we have just bought. The Prime Minister says local institutions, social security, credit unions, one in particular that is wrapped up tightly with the PUP, Holy Redeemer Credit Union, insurance companies, even commercial banks are eager to buy shares. But let us ask the obvious question. Do these institutions have the expertise to run a hydroelectric company? And the answer is they do not. I listened to Senator Courtney say we have local experts, and he boasts that the new company will be headed by Belizeans, and I don't take anything away from those local Belizeans. But Fortis was not a local company. In fact, if you look at Fortis's record, you will see that it had a long-standing history in energy and hydroelectric generation. This is why the PUP administration probably decided to engage with them. Fortis is a Canadian company, and this is their business, this is what they do. Now, we are going to sell this company to people from credit unions and banks and social security to manage. The government plans, right after borrowing all of these millions to buy these companies, to sell them again quickly to these investors. Again, Madam President, this is not nationalization. That is speculative trading in the name of patriotism. They can purchase shares, yes, but can they maintain turbines? They can calculate dividends, but can they operate spillway gates or manage dam safety inspections? Hydropower management, Madam President, is not a banking function. It is an engineering discipline. It requires hydrologists. It requires civil engineers. It requires environmental specialists and a culture of safety regulation. Even Fortis, with all its expertise, still finds itself in all sorts of problems with these 3 dams. It is why the evaluators say that there is so much wrong, because even with their expertise, they are a company that does this as a matter of fact, as a matter of course. This is their business, and they have not been able over the years to maintain the dams in the manner in which they ought to be maintained. Some of these same people, sir, who you are now saying are experts with some of the same people at the helm of Fortis and of BEL. Divesting to entities without that capacity will simply transfer risk from government to institutions that hold the savings of ordinary Belizeans. If something goes wrong, if a drought reduces generation, or a dam requires costly rehabilitation, who will bail them out? The same taxpayers who are being told today that this is the deal, that this deal is for them and it is for their benefit. Let us be clear that when government owns and operates, it can decide that keeping electricity affordable is more important than making a profit. And to me, Madam President, this is what matters. It is what matters. When the government comes and tells you that it is divesting to these entities, local entities, these people are in the business of making money. You tell me Holy Redeemer Credit Union is not trying to make a profit. You tell me that the reason why you want to invest the social security monies in this company is not to return a profit. And if it is that you will say that that is not the intention, then you are going against the very grain by which social security monies should be invested. You want to reap a profit. You want to make sure that the people's money is turning over so that they can benefit later on. If you are telling me that this is charity we are running and that we're not trying to make profit and that the cost of electricity will go down and will be kept down because the credit union, because social security, because all of these people who are business people who are geared towards making profit, they're not worried about the profit. They will worry about the Belizean taxpayer first. They will worry about the suffering Belizean first. Then I yield. But you cannot say that. You cannot say that. The reason you condemn Fortis, or Belizeans in general condemn Fortis, is because they work for a profit. They don't care about the Belizean people to that extent, if any at all. They want to make a profit. No, you take it away from one profit seeker and you are planning to divest it to people who are clearly in it for profit. My friend Senator Herrera, who is the business senator, will tell you that's what business people do. That is what business people do. So don't tell me that these people will not be intent on doing the exact same thing that Fortis Belize has done to our electricity and energy industry. They will do the exact same thing. And I'd be disappointed. Senator Herrera and the Chamber of Commerce would be disappointed in the business people if they don't aim to make a profit from these investments that they are putting their money in. What should be done is that indeed it should be left in the hands of the Belizean people so that you can have operations. You can have people running the show that aren't intent on breaking the bank, aren't intent on getting every last penny off the Belizean taxpayers' back. That is what a government should do. It is why the UDP administration in the past fought so hard to make sure that these entities come back to the government and people of Belize, because we realize that it, in foreign hands, in the hands of capitalists, in the hands of people who clearly just want to make a profit, there is no bly for the Belizean taxpayer. There is no bly for the poor people who want some kind of relief from the high cost of electricity. A hydro company run for profit is fundamentally different from a hydro company run for the public service. That is why, Madam President, again, we make the argument that these assets must remain. If you're going to take it away, if you're going to buy it back, it must remain in public hands. And I shouldn't say take away. I don't want to scare anybody, because that's not what we're doing. If we're buying it back, it must remain in public hands. Not as a political trophy, but as national infrastructure. If the government, Madam President, truly wishes to serve the people, it must operate Hydro Belize as a non-profit public corporation. The same people could buy in if they want. They must treat this entity as a not-for-profit public corporation, one that reinvests every surplus dollar into lowering tariffs, expanding rural electrification, and diversifying renewable energy. It no matter if the Fortis, it no matter if that these other people you're going to sell it to, that won't be their agenda. They will take the surplus dollars and put it in their pockets, or put it in the pockets of their shareholders, or their, what I said, Costa, the credit union, the member owners. Yeah? I'm sorry. Sorry. My apologies, Madam President. My apologies to you too, Senator Castillo.
Taken.
That is how, Madam President, you convert ownership into genuine benefit. Selling these assets again, even to domestic investors, would recreate the same imbalance we fought to correct in 2011, where those who own the infrastructure profited, and those who pay the bills carry the burden. But let us consider the alternative, Madam President. Suppose we don't buy back Fortis and the BL shares. For the US $110 million now spent on these hydro assets, Belize could have financed nearly 150 megawatts of solar capacity. We are told what the total package is here from Hydro. Well, with that 110 US million, we could do a whole lot more to not be dependent on CFE. We could have invested in a grid-scale battery storage, allowing us to buy electricity from Mexico when it is cheap and store it for use during peak hours. That's something that could have been done with this money if we are truly concerned about making sure that there is electricity there when we need it, and we all are hoping to avoid rolling blackouts. Well, this not do anything to help that. We could have reinforced BL's gas turbine systems, especially since that's what the US wants us to do, huh? Is that not the case? That is on the Trump's agenda. We could have expanded rural access. And this is something that this administration, this is an aside, Madam President, but this is something that this administration said it would do. Again, don't tell me about how much, over the UDP and in 13 years, because scratch record when it comes to that. The people elected you and re-elected you to do differently. How many villages have you electrified? Over the 6 years. Well, it's going on 5 years, actually. Yes. That's why I'm able to correct myself. People make mistakes and correct themselves. The problem is when you can't correct yourself or you refuse to correct yourself. But we could have put in so much more in rural electrification, but now we could have upgraded transmission lines to reduce losses. I take it that's a big issue. We have I saw one neighborhood complaining about a leaning lamppost. The lamppost literally did like this microphone. And BL said the lamppost good. these investments that I've mentioned there, Madam President, would have been strong support for the current system. It would have meant good resilience for the current system. It would have meant reduced carbon emissions. And it would have meant, Madam President, a lowered cost for us to sustain the system. But the government instead decided, Madam President, to spend that capital to buy old, soon to be broken down, aging dams that have already served us through existing contracts. Assets that now bring with them new debt and new maintenance liabilities. Fortis couldn't manage it when they were brand new. Now we have non-technical people buying it, and we expect them to do wonders for the next couple of decades, when we were being told, and not like with a buy pussy in a bag, you know, we're being told that the assets are aging and that they require all sorts of upgrades and maintenance work. That, Madam President, is not innovation, that is indulgence. And then shall we look at the government and its transparency for a minute? This is one of the largest public acquisitions in Belize's history. And yet the full valuation report, the legal opinions, the technical audits have not been tabled before the Public Accounts Committee, the JPAC as it is now called. And we are grateful that it is not like the House of Representatives, who I'm told didn't receive the NERA evaluation reports and so on at all. At least, and I always give credit to Senator Cowie for doing that. At least we got a little bit more information. You beg, yes. Senators beg. But my experience is even all the begging in the world in the lower house or in the lower house doesn't help you. They don't give you the information. The government wants Parliament to approve hundreds of millions in borrowing. All of that happened, Madam President, in one sitting of the House on Friday, you know. Hundreds of millions. One sitting. Never give the members any notice. Didn't give them the documents. Didn't give them even the valuation reports that the Senate, as I've said, now have. Never gave them the technical audits, never gave them the legal opinions. Nothing. They are just expected to sail on through one day. And then it is sent to this upper house, and we are expected to do the very same thing. Just sail on away. Just assume that the government understands and wants the best interests of the Belizean people by doing this. It's a part of the reason, you know, Madam President, why the Belizean people are so skeptical about this administration, because you try to do everything in secrecy, even if there was some good intention in the things that you do. The clandestine manner in which you operate forces Belizeans to speculate. There is no independent scrutiny, Madam President. There is no oversight. There is no transparency, and I remind them every time, because they remind us every time about a Plan Belize 2.0 and a Plan Belize 1.0, where they promised the people all sorts of things, that they would be transparent, that they would be open, that they'd be accountable. And these kinds of initiatives, which they bring to the Honorable National Assembly repeatedly, Madam Speaker, does not speak for those things that they promised the Belizean people at all. And in their arrogance, because they're arrogant now, because they won another election and because they won the election so handsomely, No, we just want to do what we want to do. And they don't have to be accountable to the Belizean people. A responsible administration, Madam President, would have invited the Auditor General, the Public Utilities Commission, independent energy experts, Madam President, to review this deal before it came to the National Assembly. But no. Instead, Madam President, we are asked to rubber stamp debt in the name of patriotism. This is not governance, Madam President, it is recklessness. And let us not ignore what this means for the ordinary Belizean. Every new treasury note the government issues to finance this acquisition soaks up liquidity from our domestic banking system. That makes it harder for small businesses to access credit, for families to borrow to build, and for the private sector to grow. So when we are told this is domestic borrowing, remember, Belizean people, that it is your deposits, your pensions, and your savings being lent back to the government. Not for schools, not for hospitals, but for dams we already use. This is not national investment, Madam President. Again, this is national indulgence. Madam President, patriotism is not measured by what we buy, but by how wisely we buy it. It is not proven by waving the flag, but by protecting the people's purse, which this crowd does a very poor job of. They treat the government money like it's their, in fact they don't, you know, because they're not doing personal money like that. But they treat the government's monies recklessly. If this government truly believes, Madam President, in national sovereignty, then it must also believe in public stewardship, keeping Hydro Belize and BL in government hands, operating for the benefit of all Belizeans, Madam President, and not just a few chosen Belizeans. I didn't hear anything about any kind of special window for the average Belizean to buy in here. Maybe it will come afterwards. I'm hoping it will come afterwards. Let the savings from this acquisition, if any, exist, Madam President, and there won't be any, because I've said these people are in business to make money. They're not to try to save nobody no money.
Senator Faber, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I am near the end, I promise. What do you mean? You're disputing the President's clock? Let the savings, Madam President, from this acquisition, if any exist, I was saying, be passed on to the consumer. Consumers deserve, they have not told us that, you know. I dare you to promise the consumer, as a result of this transaction, lower costs, a lower per kilowatt hour cost on their light bill. You can't do it. Can't do it because the new owners will not allow that. They are about making profit. Let the profits, Madam President, let us see some kind of mechanism where we will force those who, and you can't do that again, it's against capitalist laws, I assume, but can't we insist that they reinvest the proceeds into renewable energy, into grid expansion, and into resilience, especially as it relates to the shares in BL, the company that Belizeans will own and have owned? Let us end this cycle, Madam President, of buy, boast, and sell. Belize cannot keep buying yesterday's mistakes and selling tomorrow's hopes. We cannot, Madam President, buy energy independence on the foundation of political expedience. True independence, Madam President, comes not from ownership on paper, but from the wisdom to manage what we own transparently, responsibly, and sustainably. For that reason, Madam President, and in defense of fiscal prudence, national integrity, and the Belizean people, we on this side cannot and will not support this bill as it is drafted. It must be revisited, Madam President, restructured and reimagined, so that when we say Belize owns its light, we can also say with honesty, without hypocrisy, that the people truly share in its glow. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Hector Gear.
Madam President, a pleasant good morning. Colleagues, good morning to the Belizean people who we have the honor of representing today in this honorable chamber. A pleasant good morning. Madam President, for too long, the Belizean rivers, the power that comes from the Belizean rivers have been powering the outflow of capital from our country. This bill is about ensuring that the strength that we harness from the Makal River can be used to power, to electrify Belize's prosperity moving forward. Madam President, I wish today to address, for the benefit of the Belizean people, 3 points. The first point has to do with what is being purchased. A clear understanding is critical. This bill is about the Belizeanization of two critical assets. The first is the shareholding, the interest, the ownership of an entity called Fortis Belize Limited. What does Fortis Belize Limited own that's so critical to the Belizean public? It owns and operates 3 dams. 3 dams that can be found on the Makal River in the Cayo district. The first is the Moyehon. The second is the Vaca. And the third is the Chaleo Dam. These dams are critical because they help generate over 30% of Belize's electricity. The second asset which we are today seeking the approval of this honorable chamber is the purchase of Fortis's shareholding, about 30%, in the Belize Electricity Limited. Madam President, we've heard a lot of alarm bells, and so I think it's important that in my second point, I address what steps have been taken to ensure that there is value for money. Number one, we take an overview of this entire transaction. There is a clear difference between this government and the previous government. The way we've engaged with Fortis, we're told, and I'm made to understand that it started in May with negotiations, Madam President. We sat around a table, we met with the investor who indicated that there was imminently a sale to another foreigner. This government, in its prudence, in its wisdom, found it necessary to keep the asset within the hands of Belizeans for the benefit of the Belizean public. I contrast that with the approach taken over and over again under the UDP government, which was to simply nationalize Worry about the consequences and the cost afterwards. Let us not worry, UDP said, about our reputation, our international reputation, and about investor confidence. That is not the approach of this PUP government, Madam President. So the first thing that I want to highlight is the approach. The approach has been different. The approach has been civil, has been one of discussion to ensure that we can secure, on behalf of the Belizean people, a solid deal. The second point that I'd want to highlight is the fact that the assets were all independently inspected, not by anyone, by professionals. We're told, Madam President, that a firm, Suknandan Consulting LLC, was hired for this task. The firm inspected each of the dams, and we heard a lot of alarm bells from the other side. But let me read this into the record of this House, because it's important for the Belizean people to know that what we are buying is verifiable value. Not by me, not by anyone sitting in this chamber, but by independent experts. And I read from a report, a technical inspection report conducted by Suknandan Consulting LLC. And it's the conclusion which Senator Farber just glanced over. He made no mention about it to the Belizean people, and it concludes: the Moyehon, Chaleo, Vaca dams are, and I underscore this, well maintained and compliant with dam safety standards. There are, and I underscore again, no major issues with mechanical or electrical systems, and the maintenance is up to date. This is important, Madam President, because we are not about buying puss in a bag. We make sure that what is being purchased has value. Speaking about value, the third point that I want to mention is that we engaged independent valuators, international valuators, a group called NERA Consulting, well-respected economists and valuators, international grade, Madam President, who looked at the assets. The dams were valued, and I must say it was valued at over 141 million US dollars. But with the skill of this government, that was reduced. The ultimate purchase price is just over $110 million, Madam President. A massive discount for three assets that are important if we are to move forward with the job of nation building. In terms of the shares being bought from Fortis, its interest in Belize Electricity Limited, Madam President, the valuation came up to over $62 million. Again, the negotiation of this government was able to bring that down to $18 million. Again, another $44 million discount. Massive. Madam President, I think it's important to highlight that that amounts to roughly $1.56 per share. When the UDP sought to nationalize Fortis's shares, it paid over $2 per share, $2.74 to be exact. And it didn't end there. They sought to litigate their way out of having to pay any compensation It went all the way up to the CCJ, the highest court in Belize, before a settlement could be arrived at, incurring massive legal costs, saddling our Belizean people with more burdens, Madam President. The last thing that I want to highlight in terms of why it is that we can rest assured that we're getting value for money is the fact that we are bringing this transaction to both chambers within the National Assembly. And we're putting before the Belizean people the bill. We're putting before the Belizean people the agreements which we seek to formalize for all to see that we are a government that holds firm to transparency, Madam President. The last point I want to address is, why is this a good investment? Why is it that it makes sense that we enter into this transaction? Number one, this is an extremely profitable business. The dams Fortis Belize Limited generate on an annual basis around $15 to $20 million profits that will now benefit our Belizean people, profits that will be kept within the Belizean economy, that will circulate for the benefit of all of us. The second point I want to highlight is that Fortis Belize Limited holds supply contracts for the supply of electricity up to 2060, so that there are no issues in relation to the supply of energy, in relation to ensuring that we're able to recoup the investment being made on behalf of the Belizean people. The third reason why this is a good investment is because it will help to stabilize the price of energy, Senator Farber, by removing the 1.5% annual escalation clause. The fourth reason why this is a good investment is because this is a safe and high quality asset. You spoke about environmental concerns, Senator Farber. Well, let me tell you this. The dams are operated to international environmental and safety standards, not Belizean standards, international, Senator Farber. Number 5, why is this a good purchase? It ensures that this dam that is critical, electricity is the lifeblood for growth. Without electricity, there's no growth to be had. This keeps it within our hands, not any foreign countries, our hands. So we determine our destiny. And I, unlike Senator Farber, have every faith in our Belizean investors, in the board of directors that will now be led by Ambassador Lin Young, and in the CEO, Ms. Kay Menzies. I have every confidence in those individuals and in our Belizeans to man and operate such a critical asset. The last reason why this is such a good investment is because it will open doors for Belizean people. It will ensure that they can invest in such a critical asset and expect a return that will be made available to the public in general, not just the entities mentioned by Senator Farber, but if one is familiar with the Treasury Bills Act, it's clear that it will be made available to the public on a whole, Senator Farber. Identifying key institutions which might take advantage doesn't mean that it ends there, man. You see, the wisdom of this government understands that there is excess liquidity within the banking system that can benefit from investment. There are Belizeans who require their pension on a monthly basis who can benefit from the social security, investing in prudent, sound investments that are profitable, Madam President. And so, I rise, Madam President, before closing, to support this bill. This is the Belizeanization of a key asset. And I have no qualms, no reservations in supporting this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contributions on the Belize Investments Bill 2025. But before I get into my presentation, Madam President, I'd just like to state in reference to some comments made by Senator Farber a little earlier about the profits and some of the issues that may raise in a venture like this. I'd just like to say for the record that profits are extremely important, and there are some things that the private sector does a lot better than the government. And running a utility company in many cases requires innovation, it requires efficiency, it requires a lot of that type of business focus. And nobody does that better than the private sector, Madam President. But there's also a balance to all of this. This is where the Public Utilities Commission comes in, and that regulates rates and makes sure that the profit motive is not driven to the excess where it's affecting consumers. And so I'd just like to raise that point at the outset of my presentation, Madam President, because I think it's an important one. Everybody wants to make sure that consumers are getting the best possible price. And one of the largest consumers of electricity is actually the business community, Madam President. And so it's extremely important as well that businesses get a fair rate, electricity rate, because we have to compete, not only Belize, but we have to compete with businesses abroad. Whether you're looking at the BPO sector or other sectors that have to export products, we have to compete, and that's certainly a cost factor that has to be taken into consideration. Madam President, if I were to summarize the core of this legislation, Madam President, it is that this is a financial bridge. The government is taking on a calculated amount of and a specific amount of debt now to secure the strategic national energy assets in the form of the dams, with the clear intention of passing their ownership and financial returns to the Belizean public later through a divestment process. The ultimate success of this initiative hinges entirely on the government's ability to execute a successful and high-value public share offering. The important thing is, when we get to that divestment point, Madam President, and I'd like to also state this for record, is that it be publicized properly. It would be very much preferred, and I think the objective is to get as many people as possible to take advantage of this offering and this opportunity when it gets to that point. And so the more that information gets out, the more I think people can prepare to make those types of investments. This bill seeks the authorization to finalize the acquisition of two critical assets from the Fortis companies: 100% of the hydro generation assets held by Fortis Belize Limited, which includes the country's main hydroelectric dams, and then 33.3% of the shares held by Fortis again, or one of the Fortis companies in Belize Electricity Limited. That's the national utility company. These acquisitions carry a combined price tag of around $128 million US dollars, Madam President. 110 million for the hydro dams and 18 million for the BL shares. The financing mechanism approved by this bill is the issuance of treasury bills and treasury notes. These are government debt. For those who don't know, Madam President, the difference between a treasury bill and a treasury note is, among a few other things, but one of the main differences is the term of these debt. Treasury bills are normally for terms shorter than 1 year. Treasury notes are between 2 years and 10 years. And of course, treasury notes carry a higher risk than the treasury bills because they're for a longer period of time. Now, when you look at government debt, generally they are considered safe investments. Madam President, this is an extremely important and strategic initiative by the government to bring these foundational energy assets under local control. I'd like to go through several advantages and perhaps disadvantages of this entire transaction, Madam President. One of the advantages is that it increases the national ownership and control, and so by acquiring these shares, Madam President, the government immediately takes decisive control over critical energy infrastructure. The subsequent planned divestment to the Belizean public is also crucial, as it completes the transition from foreign ownership to broad domestic ownership. This fosters a sense of public investment and ensures that the future dividend flow and decision-making authority remains within our borders. And I think this is I think energy security is always an important thing. We're seeing hints of this during the dry season, when Mexico has to sometimes make a decision between selling to Belize and selling to the Mexican public. So energy security has to be a big policy issue for us right now, Madam President. Bolstering energy security, while the transition doesn't immediately change the physical flow of power, we're not increasing the capacity, the energy capacity with this transaction, Madam President, but what it does is, like I said, it brings domestic ownership to one of the critical energy generation assets in the country into local hands. This enhances our sovereign control over essential energy production and a key component of national security. And another one, Madam President, is that it keeps the foreign exchange from flowing out and keeps it in. So we don't have to be paying these monies to foreign companies anymore, because hopefully they'll be all local ownership. And there are a few disadvantages, Madam President. There's always a risk whenever government is involved, and I know that the whole objective is to divest as quickly as possible. But whenever there's government ownership in these types of companies, Madam President, there's always the there's always the risk of excessive political influence. The immediate increase in government control over strategic assets can make the utility prone to political excesses. Decisions regarding rates, employment, and investment should be purely economic and technical, but they may become influenced by political expediency, potentially leading to operational inefficiency and poor investment choices. One of the other ones, Madam President, is loss of a strategic investor, especially with regards to BL. I know that the preference is always to have local ownership at 100%, but sometimes, especially when you look at larger companies that have access to a lot more technical capacity, Madam President, sometimes it's in our interest to have a minority strategic investor who, even at a minority stake, often to act as a crucial check and balance, forcing a focus on long-term growth, innovation, and serious business competitiveness. This loss could also lead to a gap in the transfer of technical knowledge, because again, a lot of these larger companies have tremendous money to spend on R&D. And then another risk that we run, Madam President, I think this has been said in some of the earlier presentations, but hydro dams are extremely dependent on weather and climatic conditions. And as we know, that the weather has been extremely unpredictable over the years. In fact, there has been a marked decline in the water supply in the upper Makal rivershed watershed area, Madam President, and so there's always that risk that we have with respect to an investment of this nature, especially since it requires it's so dependent on the weather, and of course, like I mentioned, the weather is so unpredictable at this time. And then there's also the concentrated risk of one customer, Madam President. The hydro assets' primary and virtually sole customer is BL. This creates a single customer risk for the acquired assets, simply because BL has been going through significant cash flow issues over the past couple of years, cash flow challenges. And so while the companies will be able to sell energy to BL, sometimes deals will have to be done on a credit basis, because perhaps sometimes the cash flow might not be there. And so that also presents a risk, especially in cases where perhaps the utility company needs to raise rates, and we saw this in the rate stabilization arrangements that were made some years ago, Madam President, where this was just deferred to a future time, even though the company had significant need for that cash at that given time. And so these are all risks that are playing in, and these are certainly things that have to be taken into account as we continue the conversation with the acquisition of these assets. But the important thing, Madam President, is we're looking at energy independence, and I think that part we cannot stray from, and so there are things that we have to do along the way that we'll just have to do. So even with these valid risks, I do believe this is a necessary and good strategic move, Madam President, by the government to bring key assets home. However, what the government does after the acquisition and the subsequent divestment will be even more important than this initial stage. The quest for genuine energy dependence remains unfinished. We still have continued foreign dependence, Madam President. Over 50% of our energy is imported from Mexico. This is a supplier that has its own growing supply problems. It's also very obvious, and rightly so, they have to take care of their people first. We are not their priority. And so, with 50% of our dependency on a foreign supplier, Madam President, it does bring out some vulnerability in this country. And it's something that I've spoken before in the Senate, and I'll say it again, it's extremely important that we address those issues in the most urgent possible manner. There's also the cost impediment, Madam President. This reliance on imported energy is extremely expensive. I know again, going back to Senator Faber's earlier presentation about the cost of the energy from the hydro dams and the need to keep profits at a minimum. But one of the most expensive options we have at certain key times when we need it most is the supply from Mexico. Sometimes we have to pay as much as $1 per kilowatt for electricity compared to the 12.7 cents US that we're paying to the hydro dams. This acquisition, Madam President, that we're looking at today does nothing to resolve that underlying dependence from Mexico and the cost implications, and the cost impediments and the cost implications that come with the supply from Mexico. Madam President, the government needs to articulate a much clearer, more aggressive policy on the development of new renewable energy generation. Belize has significant solar
Could you hold
resources.
one moment for me, Senator? Clerk, are we getting a feedback from somewhere? Could you see to that for me? Could you just hold a few minutes? So
I'm getting to listen to my presentation in real time, Madam President.
the clerk has gone, Senator Wade. I'm hearing you twice, Senator Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. As stated, Madam President, the government needs to articulate a much clearer and more aggressive policy on the development of new renewable energy generation. Like I said, Belize has significant solar resources, unrealized in many respects because our solar industry is so small. And so if we can develop that more, Madam President, it will certainly bring us much closer to energy independence. And I'll give an example in terms from a cost standpoint. We're paying 210 million Belize dollars for basically 51 megawatt capacity of hydro generation. That, Madam President, comes up to about 4.1 million Belize dollars per megawatt. And that's basically what we're paying for the hydro capacity that we're purchasing right now. It costs around $2.2 million to invest in a 1 megawatt solar capacity right now on the current market, and that cost continues to go down. And so when you look at it from that standpoint, and this does not take that would not have included, Madam President, the solar storage, but I was talking about just the solar generation aspect of it. That, Madam President, is, if you look at what we're purchasing for the hydro, is almost twice the cost of what we could have done it if we had invested in the solar part of it. Now, I'm not, like I said, I'm not against the purchase I'm not against the acquisition of the hydro dams, Madam President. I just wanted to make that point that solar has moved very, very, very far. The prices continue to go down, and Belize has tremendous solar resources that have not been tapped to any significant extent. And so I'm hoping, Madam President, that as we continue down this road, that the government continues to push for energy dependence, continue to push especially on renewable energy generation, and continue to set the policies in place to attract local investments in these areas. I do believe, and I've had many conversations about this over the past, but it does, a lot of times when you're going into these conversations about the potential to invest in solar, there's a lot of unrealistic things that are put in front of you that to me discourages investors from going more aggressively into the sector. And so, Madam President, I support this bill, but I urge this government to immediately follow this financial bridge with a policy bridge that delivers true energy independence for all Belizeans. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start my presentation by putting on my glasses and then saying a big hello to the 48 employees of Fortis who would be able to now unionize. Guys, we welcome you to unionism. Congratulations. The Belize Energy Workers Union is ready to have you. Please phone in and let's start the discussion. No, I can't. That's our idea. So, Fish from River Bottom tell me that Fortis is one of the most anti-union employers this country has. So those people are not a part of a union. Be careful because they might say, like what they said that who they tell me thing. But all fun and jokes aside, the main question that we need to answer here is what is value for these dams? Let's be very clear. What is value for what we are purchasing? In order to derive that, we need to ask the question of how is value derived? My colleague from the chamber was very clear about the cost of production of facilities, hydro facilities, now brand new dams, and the rates that are currently available for us to build these dams, so I won't go over that, except to say that point is well made, including the discussion in relation to the cost of saving the power and storing the power. Senator Hira, I thank you for making that. You took out about 10 minutes out of my presentation. No, I hear you too. So let's have a sober discussion about what the valuation was. We use the discount cash flow method. Okay, fine, but their cash flow is derived from our water source. We already had the capital investment in the dams, and so that is what we're purchasing. 3 dams. This is a dam deal, right? We're going to buy 3 dams for 112 million. We're going to call it the dam deal. And so the reports that are provided only gives us a very topical review on what the assessments of the dams are. I would have liked to read the entire report, because when you're dealing with a depreciating asset, the question in my mind comes to where exactly we're at in relation to the value of the asset that we're purchasing. So, for example, Moyohon would have been valued at $1 back to the people of Belize after the life of the dam. That's in the agreement. We're at 30 years into that life of the dam, so at some point it would be worth $1 to the people of Belize. So I want to know whether we were paying for the value of that asset with that depreciation in mind. And I understand that in relation to Vaca and Chileo, that would be the value, the market value of those dams, fine. But I don't know what is the value of the infrastructure, because the infrastructure is the main thing that we're buying. And I'm told they're well-built dams. And so that is not in question. I'm told that the hydroelectric facilities in there are maintained, so that is not in question. But what we have to be certain about, you afraid for say it, Senator Herrera, but you could step on my toes. Public sector management of an asset needs to be monitored very carefully, because in this case the maintenance of the dam is key, and we cannot be afraid to spend money on maintaining the dam in a method that ensures the longevity of our investment and the return on that investment within the medium to long term. Senator Faber, I hear you, and I align with you insofar as the discussion as it relates to transparency and accountability. And I commend the leader of government business for his showing of what could be perceived as a conflict. I know Courtney Coy is a large firm, and so the Chinese wall, I'm sure, is intact, my friend. So, and I give you too much flack for that, leader of government business. But it was a curious thing that it was only raised here, like, because I was wondering why we're buying this down. So let's get back to business. I had a similar question, Senator Faber, in relation to why Fortis, who is a company with great knowledge, and that's their entire business model in Belize, of generating power and selling it, is now getting out of that business in Belize, and we who know nothing about it are getting into it. That's a serious question that I had. And so I started to look at what we as a country have said about our prospects for rain, because this comes down to, hydro is a fancy word, but end of the day this comes down to the water and the use of that water resource along the river. So our forecast for rainfall is slated to decline. So we have to appreciate that in our forecasting, the generating power of these assets will decline in relation to the access that we will have to water. So, we get a discount for that? Is my question. Because while I don't understand climate change, the government is very clear that it will affect our water supplies. We did have in the report the discussion on sedimentation and the use of the cranes to open the spillways. So it will be crucial that we ensure that we address those issues urgently. And we tie, like my friend has said, the policy in how we are going to move forward with the operationalizing of the takeover of these dams in a strategic way. Now, I am happy when technocrats are doing what technocrats are supposed to do, so I commend the government for securing Ambassador Lin Yong and his expertise in relation to the bringing him into the public service, if I can say that. But the Belizean people need to know what we're getting. So, Belizean people, I'm speaking to you. The Belize Electricity Investment Bill does a few things. One, it validates the government's authority to do what we're here saying we're going to do. The main aspects is to enter into the share purchase agreements with Fortis Belize and for the purchase of the dam and for the purchase of the shares. That's what this bill is intended to do. One of the spin-off effects that's in the bill is that we require the amendment in the Treasury bill to take up the amount of so that we can meet the obligations that the government will have. We're taking up the value of Treasury bills and Treasury notes that the government can float. For people out there, it's how much money we can print. It's limited. So now we are taking it up from 4 million to 400 million to 600 million for bills, and from 1,200 million for notes to 1,600 million. So a $400 million increase that we're doing there. Now, what is the benefit of this? My friend leader for government business, and I'm sure my friend Senator Koi will say, we are saving on foreign exchange that has to go up. That is, in and of itself, a commendable aspect, because our foreign exchange going out positively affects our financial position as a country in the long run. The question of how it affects the short run, I will leave for my friend Senator Koi to explain. Now, this money, as we start now, is going to be paid out of by the Financial Secretary to from the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the purchase price that is in the share purchase agreement. And the Financial Secretary is authorized to issue the Treasury notes. Other than that, the important aspects of what we're doing here are laid out in the share purchase agreements. So, people of Belize, pay attention. In relation to BL, we're buying $8 million of FBL shares for $112 million, payable in cash at closing, 15th of November, the latest. Which explains why we are here today on such short notice, because it's time sensitive. Which one I covered just now? The shares for Fortis? Good. The shares for BL, all 22,984,662 ordinary shares in BL is being sold for the rock bottom price of $18 million. Again, payable in cash and closing, with dispute resolution mechanisms to be done by arbitration and seated in Miami for both agreements. Again, closed subject to parliamentary approval and to be closed before the 15th of November, otherwise the agreement is terminated. If I say anything wrong, correct me, Senator Kwei. So it is an upfronting of the cash, and the country expects to gain that revenue back over time. So we can't dispute that. Owning our dams is a good thing. Controlling and having better control of our energy stability is undisputedly a good thing. See, last week I had a book here, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Personally, I don't know, we're never in this position in the first place. But I respect that we need foreign investments, and we needed it at the time to bring such a large foreign investment to build our dams. So I want to start looking on building more dams. I want us to start looking at other ways in which we can secure our energy resources. I don't want this to happen again, because a lot of fuss can be made about whether we're getting value for money and so, right? Whether we should just tell Fortis, yeah, where to go on. This is where the dams then work. Hold ya. Go on the business. Or we are using the cash flows and discount it. But what can't be disputed, I like the language my friend Senator Guerra used. It sounds very poetic. I can't repeat it, but energy is the life of this country. And without it, we're going to be not up the Moyahon Creek, but another one. We're now in the rainy season, but when we get into the dry season, and we are unable to produce electricity from the same dams that we're buying, we will be forced to purchase electricity at a rate well above what the Belizean consumers are paying for electricity. And that is unsustainable. It's simply unsustainable. So let's, as a country, pause and use this incredible moment in our history to secure our energy future. Not only in dams, but let's explore the other possibilities. Because only being able to produce half of the energy that we need as a country is not a position we should be boasting about. And we don't commend the purchase of the dams, right? Because no one is saying I never commend the purchase of the dams. I commended it, Madam President, right? But as a country, we have to seriously look at how we are going to bridge the gap with CFE. They're our friends and so, but even they have constraints in their energy production and demands because they're suffering from the same ravages of climate change just like us. So as a country, I think it's time that we start to take a hard look at how we will start to meet the energy demands of Belizeans. Now, I hear you with the waivers, Senator Faber. I align with it. I won't repeat it. The sovereign waivers and so, excellent points made. The risks that are tied to the possibility of arbitration and so can't be understated. It seems that there will be a clean break. So, provided we can pay, I don't know that there will be that much litigation that can come. And we have the mechanisms in the bill to pay. And the Fortis did give undertakings that there are no other litigation and so tied into the purchase. They own it free and clear. They never got it at a pawn shop. They could sell it away and we can buy it, and I'm sure their attorneys would have advised them properly if it were otherwise. Senator, stop following me. I put in a lead plug for the firm. So, I can't miss this point, because when good happens, you have to commend good. Built into the agreement that Fortis has is a provision, because some we use big terms here and Belizean people don't understand it, right? It's a provision where Fortis gets to automatically increase the cost that they sell power to Belize for. That cost is not tied to their operation of the dams. It is simply a mechanism that they had in place to secure an increase in the rate. So doing away with such a provision is a commendable thing, and I must commend it, because that is how you stop the hemorrhaging, if it were. Now, stopping the hemorrhaging doesn't mean that we must stop there. We must assess, see if we got diabetes. We must assess, see if we got high blood pressure, and check whether there were any other inflationary, be careful, whether the costs that were being projected and passed on from Fortis are normal. Whether we can cut any of those expenses, not the maintenance, no, please, no, say, I say cut the maintenance, can we cut that out, and damn it, they broke, there ain't a problem, not the maintenance. But whether or not there was any hyperinflation of any of the rates in which we were selling to BCOL, it's a good time to look at that to see that we can get the rates. I have to say it, really for government business. People want lower light bill, right? My members want lower light bill. Well, that they get. Last year I didn't get. So that the common sense explanation of the escalator clause, and I thought it's important that we address it to Belizeans so that they understand, because that's what, if I misspeak, somebody correct me or no, but that's what it comes down to. Because that rate is set there, Belizeans have to pay more every year for the cost of electricity, right? So the doing away with that is a very commendable thing. Now, from a union perspective, I have to ask in this honorable house to ensure that the tenure, the security of the employees that have given their life to Fortis, and it's not just to Fortis, it is to the people of Belize that they were giving their service to. Their expertise were developed in country, and I am proud when I got the report that is 100% Belizean people, talented people on the ground running the operations at Fortis. 100%, Madam President. Huh? And I hear yeah, talented. I put it in afterwards. I catch myself. No, they're very technically trained. They are experts in OSH. We have to talk about OSH, but they're another time. But they're very to the international standard. They are very much aware of the. And I'll bring it up, Madam President. I'll touch your mic. They're very aware of what needs to go into safety of the dams. They're very aware of the engineering, the civil engineering works that are required. And so I commend them, and I want to make sure that we can get a commitment from the government that those people, their service will not just be done away with. We will honor whatever pension requirements that are there. We're not going to try to pay them out and start them people over. Some of them people have age where they can't afford to start over, so that they can enjoy their retirement in a dignified manner after having served the country. They never had no business over whom owned the country or whether the, I don't want to say neocolonialism and neoliberalism, but whether that was involved in how they became employed in Belize. But the assets are in Belize. They've been maintaining assets that are Belizean and will now be in the ownership of Belize. So I want to big up them people. Commend yourself, guys. We expect from you the same or better level of professionalism and work that you have done in the private sector. And I want to caution that if we see we start politicize the appointments of employees into your company, call me. Because we can't allow the damn deal to fail. Because both political parties would find it too tempting to resist to appoint people who are not of the caliber with the technical expertise that is needed. So call me if that happens. I don't think it can happen, right? You don't have government business. But there is a risk, and people out there feel a genuine fear that that can happen. And so that is one aspect that we need to ensure that the politics stays out of. What the company and you know? Hydro Belize. No. Miley 2 cents, you know. Nobody asked me this. But this is how I see this damn deal. $9 million the year last year, right? The 9? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Climate change is becoming real, and the dams will not be producing at the level that Fortis is expecting. I think this is a bait and switch. I think Fortis wanted to get out of BL, saw that it was over-regulated, and decided, yeah, we're going. That not make dollars, so that not make no sense. No, I hear you. I give you my 2 cents. Dangle the sale of the dams and say, when I sell the dams, all about BL, when I keep that. Got people interested in purchasing the dams because they're very profitable, and then tacked the purchase of BL to the purchase of the dams. Because who else would buy shares, 22 million plus shares in BL, other than somebody with a vested interest in BL, like the majority shareholder? So it really is a clean break for Fortis. Get out of BL, get out of dams, get out of Belize, cash out at the discounted cash value instead of their asset-based approach. Because we hear about the discount on BL. That is touted. But this is a company with a lot of thinking people. So you just not discount the value of those shares arbitrarily. This is no brilliant negotiation. Let's be clear. I'm not gonna be unkind. The negotiations were very fruitful for the people of Belize. But in an arm's length transaction, Fortis done a kono mono. So they know exactly why they reduced the value of the shares. Kono mono. Remember I talked to my Belizean people. So, I don't want it in English. Can't think we need it in English, but
Senator, just proceed with your
Thank you,
presentation.
Madam. Thank you, Madam President. So, other than us reading out Fortis's press release, well, government and Fortis's press release, we ought to ask these questions. We ought to ensure that Belizeans are getting always the best deal possible under the sun. And whether or not looking at solar, looking at alternative methods of energy production is not a part of the discussion we should be having now. Madam President, how do we try to mitigate some of the difficulties that may come? Well, we could pay the people more, the staff, but that's not always the answer. What is important is that we retain them, that we understand that they have been running the dams, that their expertise is second to none in relation to those dams. And one thing I could tell you about private sector, they will fire you fast. So I think we can take it for granted that the technical expertise that are there when we started to look at this deal need to be retained. And we must add technical expertise to ensure that we are getting the best people in there to have a vision for Belize's energy sector. And this is not only Hydro Belize. Hydro Belize but BL. So the board appointments that are now going to be available, I want to see highly technical, highly skilled persons appointed to replace the caliber of directors that were there before. And please not tell me we don't have them, I believe. Instead of a politicization of those appointments. We need to ensure, like we did in this one, by sharing the executive summaries, that transparency continues to be at the forefront of how we run those operations, because a spoonful of sugar make the medicine go down when you have to tell the Belizean people that the rates have to go up. So if it is the Belizean people understand what all is going into the cost of energy, perhaps they need more cartoon videos on Channel 7 and 5 and Plus TV during the news, so that Plus TV, let's not forget Plus TV, so that no, like on a serious note, so that Belizean people understand that there's a lot that goes into the cost of power. And be real now, most of us have lived abroad. If you've had the pleasure of living in the Caribbean, especially, you understand we got a good electricity company now. Make you know, listen, rolling blackouts, that one thing I just start here about when the dams then start go dry. But by and large, even with the oil money that Guyana, current go off like, okay. The idea to get a text message that you can get power failure on Sunday between the hours of 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock. The one thing you don't know about the Caribbean, you know. BL is operating at a standard that is exceptional, and I commend them. We got good people around the place. And it's not only comparing it to the Caribbean, but I have to make the comparison. You see that leaning lamppost you talk about, Senator Faber? Sometimes they have to drop before BL can fix it, you know. And it takes a good 2 weeks after it drop, if nobody not get shocked up before they can fix it. We have to fix that. We have to ensure that we run our transmission and distribution system so that, like the gold standard that we have when hurricane, where we complain about 2 days and 3 days after we not got current. You talk about 2 and 3 weeks or months in some of the other Caribbean countries, you know. BL they run a good show. So we have to keep it up. We have to ensure that the leadership team that we put there raises the bar. Leader for government business. We want to raise the bar on what BL has been doing, because they've been doing a good job, but the people of Belize deserve the best. I know the lobby for rate increase on Senator Faber. But the cost of power is what the cost of power is, unless in a situation where we don't plan ahead to ensure that it can come down. Now, I'm sure BL will have had on their records independent financial and technical audits. But this is a good time to pause and relook at those. See how we can assess them and ensure that we build a BL that is unwaning hydro beliefs that is best suited for purpose, and we tie it with an energy plan that will see the people of Belize be energy sufficient by a designated timeline in the future. I thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize Senator Louis Wade.
Mr. President, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly on this most important bill. I could recall many years ago, I went to PG and my tire got punctured and I had to get it repaired, so I pulled off the road and I went to a small tire repair shop. And while I was waiting for them to repair, there was a sign on the wall that said you can get things cheap and of good quality, but you can't get it fast. Or if you get it expensive, it will be of good quality. And it just kept saying you can get 2 out of the 3, but you can't get all 3. And when we think about energy security for Belize, I think that's really where we are. This purchase is not a cheap one. It is an expensive purchase for the people of Belize. But I believe that it is a necessary one. And I rise on the matter because what the people really want on the street is affordable energy. It is reduced prices in electricity. And so we could have, yes, we could have a lot of discussion on the benefits of bringing the dam to a place where it will be under Belizean ownership and that we can have national pride because the rivers are now freed up and back in Belizean hands. And I think that that is something great. But at the end of the day, the electricity rates in the country of Belize are among the highest in the region. Only El Salvador has more expensive electricity per kilowatt hour than Belize. And where is the cheapest one? Mexico. Continues to offer to its people electricity at half the price of what Belize is selling to its people. And so when I first heard about the sale that Fortis was interested in selling, I felt first that it would have been best carried by another international investor. That was my first thoughts. Make no goose fool you. Dams are expensive, and it might be affordable because we can find the funds domestically, but it does not change the fact that this is an expensive venture. I was not for dams in the country of Belize when the debate started decades ago, because the claim was that it would have provided cheaper, cleaner electricity for the country of Belize. That was a lie, and it still is. Dams are not clean. They are dirty in a different way. They are dirty in a different way. And so at that time, I did not support dams. And then to claim that an alternative energy, because that's what a dam is. A dam is an alternative form of energy, and all forms of alternate sources of energy are expensive. I just looked at a news piece from 2005 that on the day that BEL CEO Lin Young broke the open Chaleo Dam, at the very inauguration ceremony, he announced that BEL was asking the PUC to grant a 13.8% increase on the day they were inaugurating the dam. Dam is not cheap energy, and then you have it controlled 100% by a foreign entity that, yes, wants to recoup its investment as fast as possible, get the best out of it as long as they can, and when they begin to see that they cannot have their way, will pull out as fast as possible. I never supported dams for Belize. It was a lie. And the proof is now here, because we continue to have the most expensive rates in the country. Why? Because that little sign waved down the PG with upon the wall is still true. You cannot have both clean and cheap energy. You will have one or the other. There's a difference between cheap and cheaper. There's a difference between cheap and cheaper. You see? So solar is getting cheaper and alternative energy is getting cheaper, but it is still not cheap. Because cheap fuel, cheap energy is not clean. And I appreciate the attempts by our country to try to hit the highest shelf when it comes to clean energy. I appreciate it, because it shows that we as a country, we love our environment, we care for our environment, and that we don't just want to see a clean country, we want to see a clean world. And I support that fully, but it comes at a cost. And this is the cost. This is the cost. And so I'm standing up because Belizeans still want cheaper energy, and they should get it, because the largest countries that are far ahead of us, countries like Germany, they are starting up their nuclear reactors again. Are we aware of that? That they are countries that have pushed alternative energy, and we need to continue to push our scientists to reduce the cost of alternative energy. But my friends, at the end of the day, the energies that Belize is spending its money on are the most expensive forms of energy that exist, and we must balance it. with cheaper forms. And so I have to tell the people of Belize, number one, yes, we need to have national pride that this great resource is coming back into Belizean hands. But you know what? Buy some shares in a Fortis. When the government begins to sell shares, buy some shares. There are two ways that we as Belizeans can own this asset. One is if the government buy it. But number two is if we as Belizeans invest in this asset of Fortis. That's one way you can get cheaper energy for yourself, because you will be getting some dividends. You'll be getting some dividends. And I am a person who don't believe that government will own everything. That's why in the first instance, I was hoping that a foreign investor could come in. But I think it is, in listening to the discussions held between Friday and now, I think it is a good thing that the government has put the money in and then says, hey, but we are going to resell some of these shares, so that it is national, but it is not totally on the government. And then, of course, maybe foreign investors will come in a little bit later, but it won't be 100%. And so I want to rally Belizeans to say, let's also help to take it out of government hands and put it into private hands without putting it into international investors' hands, so that we as Belizeans who can invest in Fortis can make some money off it, just like the foreigners were making money off it. That's one way that for those who invest in it, the cost of your energy will go down. But here is the thing, guys, that half of the year it's going to rain and that dam is going to do well. But the next half of the year, I want to join my colleague in saying, let's get those solar panels up as fast as possible, so that we are prepared for both drought and we are prepared for the excessive rainfall that is going to come. But the question on the street, I believe, still has to be answered, because the Belizean people will say, well, what's in it for me? I have said, number one, go buy shares when the shares are sold. That is something that you will be able to have some tangible benefit from. But number two, I want to say to the government, we need to continue to diversify our energy needs. And if the big countries can be looking again at restarting some of their cheap energy sources, I believe we as a smaller country must be able to do so too, but with keeping the same frame of environmental friendliness. I want us to not throw away our environmentally friendly approach to energy, but we have to bite the bullet, because the people on the street appreciate the fact that it's coming back into Belizean hands, but they're still asking the question, when will it be cheaper? When will it be more affordable? And I will close with this. I have to cuss myself out whenever I turn on me AC. I don't mean cuss like cuss. I've managed to come through this speech without saying the damn. But it is so expensive in this country to do the business that I do of television and just getting through the hot season without burning a massive hole in the wallet. And I believe that every Belizean deserves a little bit of air conditioning. Do you see the kinds of houses that are being built today? They're made out of tin. And some don't have the proper insulation. And even with the proper insulation, the heat, no wonder all of the picnic and the play outside and the outside on the street, because they can't even stay in the house when it is so hot. And Air conditioning should really be a human right in today's changing temperature. And you know where it can't be done? Belize. Because if I have to think 2 or 3 times to put on air conditioning in my home when it is scorching outside, how about the average Belizean? As we conclude this deal, as we wrap up on this bill, and I'm going to vote for it, it does not solve the greater issue at hand, which I want this government to address. We want cheaper electricity. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Arana.
Good morning. Oh, it's almost 12. Still morning, 2 more minutes. Good morning, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Belize Electricity Investment Bill. This bill has my full support because of the principles that lie with it and that it highlights. And after careful looking at the details and the negotiations that went with this type of investment, I have seen that it addressed the necessity, a necessity that is more shared by all Belizeans: electricity. People want cheaper electricity. And with this comes the cost of effectiveness. And I also look at how it underscores the need where security needs to be set in place. We must not be misled, but this bill has a sound legal framework. It addresses the need for greater independence for Belize. And Belizeans are going to be the ones to own this form of electricity. And so, if you look at it, a lot have shared their views on climate change. It is a renewable energy that we're looking at, which is going to be good for climate change. And if we go into the technicalities, of which I'm not going to go too far, but looking at the emissions, renewable energy is good. And if we look at weather patterns today, or for the past couple of years, and you track it back, let's go back like 3, 4, 5 years. Rains are no longer half of the year. In fact, when you look at June to November, the rain is no longer June to November. Rain starts as early as May, first week of May, and rain go as far now as mid-February. So the dry season has become shorter. And so with this, I look at the electricity production, which will be very good for this country. And most of all, Mr. President, I must highlight again that it is noteworthy that it provides for substantial costs, savings. Once again, I support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Galvez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in full support of the Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025, a bill that embodies bold, strategic action that once again reaffirms this government's commitment to energy independence. With this bill, we are ensuring that the power that lights our homes, runs our schools, fuels our industries, and sustains our communities will be owned, managed, and controlled by Belizeans for Belizeans. And as we know, others have mentioned before, this bill authorizes the government to undertake two transactions: the purchase of 100% of the shares of Fortis Belize Limited and the purchase of Fortis 33.3% shareholdings in Belize Electricity Limited. Together, these acquisitions present an enormous win for Belize, as it places over 1/3 of Belize's electricity generation and control of our national utility company under Belizean ownership. Still, some have questioned why now, why the urgency? And Senator Faber mentioned that it's not a necessary purchase. But Mr. President, the answer is clear and transparent. Fortis is divesting its Caribbean portfolio. So they're not just selling their assets in Belize, because just last month they finalized the sale of their plant in Turks and Caicos to a U.S. private equity firm. In the same way, these assets in Belize could have easily been sold to another foreign entity with far less favorable terms and less invested interest in Belize's development. But this government, Mr. President, refused to let that happen. That is why they acted quickly, decisively, and responsibly to ensure that Belize's hydropower remains under Belizean control, not just for the next few years, but for generations to come. But let us also look at the facts on paper of how this deal benefits Belize financially. Because Senator Faber mentioned all about what is being spent, but he fails to acknowledge what we're saving. The government of Belize is purchasing these assets at a discount of 32%. And in the case of the BL shares, this administration is acquiring those shares at 43% less than what was paid by the previous UDP administration. The book value of these shares is estimated to be over $62 million US. But thanks to this PUP government, we will be paying just $18 million US. Evidence of prudent negotiations and smart, responsible governance. Still, Mr. President, I have heard some concerns about this raising public debt. But let us be clear. This is an investment in income-generating, revenue-positive assets. The hydro plants and BL shares will continue to yield steady, guaranteed revenue for the government and the people of Belize. This is the kind of borrowing that produces growth, savings, and returns, the kind that strengthens our financial position. And when the government eventually begins to divest these assets in the future, they will regain the purchase price with the possibility of even turning a profit. So this transaction will essentially pay for itself. And now looking at further economic benefits. Currently, Fortis Belize Limited collects approximately $20 million US from BL. That's $20 million US per year in foreign exchange leaving Belize. So by acquiring these assets, we will be keeping those earnings right here at home. And over the remainder of the contract period, that translates to about $600 million in foreign exchange savings. That is $600 million that will stay in Belize, supporting our economy, strengthening our reserves, and building national wealth. That, Mr. President, is a multiplier effect of Belizean ownership. Still, this acquisition also delivers tangible benefits to the Belizean consumer. Currently, the supply contracts between Fortis and BL include a 1.5% annual automatic increase in the cost of power. But by taking control of these assets, the government will eliminate that annual increase, resulting in approximately $46 million in savings between now and 2060. That means lower operational costs for BL and ultimately more stable electricity rates for the Belizean people. And I know I heard Senator Wade mention that the electricity rate is high, but that is because of our reliance on CFE, who raises the cost anytime they feel like it. But this bill is crucial because it ensures our energy sovereignty in this country and that we don't have to rely, that we eventually don't have to rely on foreign control and supply. And as we know, these hydro plants are a flagship of Belize's clean, renewable energy network. Therefore, owning our own hydro plants means we are balancing our commitment to sustainability with long-term energy sovereignty. And finally, Mr. President, one of the most reassuring aspects of this acquisition is the hydro facilities are already entirely run and operated by Belizeans. The team of 48 dedicated Belizean staff who have long operated independently of Fortis ensures that Hydro Belize will remain in capable and experienced hands. And with this acquisition, their jobs are secured, their expertise will continue to guide these operations, and their efforts will now contribute directly to Belize's energy independence. This ensures that the people who produce our energy are also the people who will benefit from it. That is nation building in its purest form. So what we are essentially voting for today is not just a bill, but we are voting to regain what is ours: our water, our energy, our future, and making sure that the power of Belize, both literally and figuratively, rests in Belizean hands. We are voting to keep $600 million circulating in our economy. We are voting to ensure stable and sustainable electricity rates. We are voting to strengthen our clean energy future and safeguard long-term savings for our people. So I want that when history records today, that when Belize had a chance to own its own power, to protect its assets, and to secure its energy destiny, the government and this Senate said yes. Yes to Belizean ownership, yes to sustainable energy, and yes to energy independence. For these reasons, Mr. President, I fully support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Cetina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not even going to address how some drink their own Kool-Aid. So, Mr. President, today we're being asked to put forward 52 million Belize of taxpayers' money. 18 million US in Fortis Cayman Inc. for the 22,984,662 shares. And then another with Fortis Energy Cayman Inc. for 100% of Fortis Belize Ltd at 8 million US. FYI, you can't expect something that was worth a certain amount back then be worth the same today if there's depreciation happening. Just want to throw that out there, you know. First thing I want to point out is that there was the rush, how this was and is being pushed so rapid, quickly, without public consultation, no committee review, and I can go on and on and on. To make it worse, I promise I will stay away from the political side. I want to be objective. But in the House meeting, there was many questions raised. Yet they go unanswered. I want to agree and unite with Senator Kevin Herrera, stating that if the government can publicize when these shares are made available to be purchased, if we're doing this with the sole intent, or one of the main intents for Belizeans to invest in this, then let the information be public. I'm not going to be holding my breath for that, but I would plead with the government side for this to ultimately happen. I had an issue with the agreement, and my colleague, the lead senator, highlighted, which is Clause 8 on the agreement. I guess you guys can clarify if this is standard, but to me it's a huge red flag when you have, or we're not expecting anything to go wrong, but you always want to prepare for the worst. And so if Belize was to ever have to pay the consequences, the Belizean people of course, then I think they have a responsibility to know. And so to me Clause 8 doesn't sit well when it says, well, the parties are agreeing to keep things confidential, that in extent to awards and arbitration. Again, if the Belizean people are the ones footing the bill for this, let's not hold information from them if things was to go wrong. And tax exemption also. You guys talk about getting a discounted rate. Alright. But let's not forget that Fortis is getting a huge tax break. So, and I would probably even go further to the Belizeans people are the ones who would have to pay, because they're the ones who are paying for the legal costs as a buyer, if I'm not mistaken. So Fortis as a company pay nothing, but the Belizean people do. To me, I will stress again the transparency. I know you guys been pushing hard about you guys were transparent and trying to be open and there's no hidden agenda, but it comes across as if there is when this is being pushed heavily. Man, I don't know how you guys can sit there and pretend, but anyhow, Mr. President, the And I don't, again, I know the urgency because we look at the closing date and we probably might never have another opportunity. So I could see why, but you know, when you guys were in negotiation or when this started, we could have maybe had a presentation then or be informed what we can expect, or even prior to coming into the Senate meeting to know the full extent. And as opposed to resorting to politics, you know, we just have questions, and I think the Belizean people also do. $50-something million is not little money. I also want to also agree that no, Belizeans, the Belizean people are, I know in San Pedro we're facing scheduled load shedding, so our electricity is under pressure, and so in a sense there is some sense of wanting this to happen for the greater good of Belize. But again, I don't know to the full extent, because this is being rushed. Ownership cannot come in this fashion. I think ownership must come with accountability. And again, as much as you guys must stress about transparency, I don't buy into it. I will go with what the lead senator stated. We cannot accept this. I cannot accept this, and I will put it on record. Not because I don't agree in what this could possibly mean for Belize, especially when we talk about electricity, but because we do not know the full extent. There's many questions. At this point, politicizing it does not answer the questions. And so, Mr. President, that is my contributions for today. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Madam President, with your leave, I would also add to your note earlier today at the start of the meeting regarding our colleague, Speaker Woods, and adding that we certainly join with all survivors and all fighters of cancer as they continue their struggle there. But certainly seeing her ring that bell lifted everyone's spirits. I also, Madam President, with your leave, would want to note the absolute tragedy that is the gender-based violence that continues to impact our society. The news overnight of a mother and her child burning to death at the hands of someone she once trusted is not only abhorrent, but we're talking a lot today about resources. And goodness knows what we've lost in the potential of that mother. We say her name, Miguelita Chan, and her young son, Tishan Godoy. And I just note that I think that's one more call, as if we needed it, but one more call that we really need to look at gender-based violence in a way that is going to be catalyst for change rather than just recording one case to the next. Madam President, I want to start my contribution on this bill by noting, I think, my personal appreciation for what I would call unique insight to this. I think, and I say this with pride for my fellow Belizeans, I think we are a people that once we start to get into a subject, we become experts in that subject. Maybe not always by degrees, but we certainly do so on keyboards. So when hurricane season starts, we're all meteorologists and so forth. But I think it's an excellent outcome of this acquisition that so many more Belizeans will be invested in energy and what it is to this country, not as a luxury certainly, but as an essential service. And with your permission, Madam President, I don't know the gentleman, but on Wednesday, October 15th, I saw an article posted, and I thought, wow, this person is really informed. But what he shared was really resonating, and I say that not just as a consumer of electricity, but also as a member of the board of Belize Electricity Limited. I was nominated to be one of the directors of Fortis in July 2022, and I took my position there since August 22, and according to the law, became a BL director. I say that very specifically for any clarity in terms of any concerns about conflict of interest, because they have never, and I would never have remained, sought to have any kind of direction or influence on my contributions there. I was and remain until this situation is closed, a director for BEL. But I started out saying that the unique insight, because as this gentleman, and with your leave, I'll quote from that article, but this gentleman really summarized several of the points that resonated, and I don't know who the author is, Madam President. The article is posted under the name Horace Palacio, but what he shared was really, I think, bringing to home one of my reactions to this purchase, which is, and I'm starting to quote now, economic studies consistently show that what matters most is not who owns the utility, but how well it is regulated. When oversight is strong, private and public operators both perform well. When oversight is weak, both fail. The World Bank's policy research suggests hybrid or public-private partnership models often achieve the best results in small economies. Governments can maintain ownership of critical infrastructure while private firms manage operations under performance-based contracts. This mix allows for investment, innovation, and accountability without giving away national control. For Belize, where the economy is small and heavily dependent on imported energy and goods, the focus should be on strong regulation, transparency, and public involvement. Utilities must balance efficiency with fairness. Prices should reflect costs, but maintain affordable for everyday Belizeans. Whether it is government or private control, the good should always be the same. The goal should always be the same. Reliable service, fair pricing, and investment in the nation's future. He closes by saying, the debate over who should run Belize's utilities is not a battle between government and business. It is a test of leadership, vision, and responsibility. In the end, what matters most is not ownership, but outcomes. And I'll close the quotation there. I start there, Madam President, because there has been, and I will leave the ownership debate in terms of public and government run to others. But I want to call out two things. And Senator Galvez and Senator Guerra and others have already raised it in terms of involvement. Because at the outlooking in, and this is on public record from the chair and others, in terms of what has been at play in terms of the cost of electricity. And I have spoken in other fora about the reality, and I have changed climate change to climate crisis, because I really think that's the terminology that's more appropriate to the realities that we're facing existentially. But it's really and truly that we have to know what that cost is. And in Belize, it has come down a lot to regulations. And I'm grateful to Senator Koyi and his colleagues, Mr. Espat and Ambassador Young, for hosting a information session with us the same day, the 15th, which I thought this author is really well informed, because he's referencing material even the senators haven't seen, and certainly I hadn't even seen as a director. But just to say that it was critical that the awareness of how these prices are arrived at, the cost of power and what it is, and what that has translated to in terms of the light bill, and whether you could put up your Christmas tree or turn on your AC and not feel like you have to, as Pastor Wade said, cost yourself or compromise other things. Because if we don't know how that price is arrived at, as Ambassador Lynn Young called out at that session, how do we keep ourselves accountable that since 2011 we have not been able to add a source of generation of power in this country? And as Senator Herrera called out, it really lands at the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, the regulator, and how do we reconcile to the Belizean people that if additional generation sources were in play, were on board, and I'll note that some of the same, I will call them value-added initiatives that will come on even to the hydro facilities, the floating solar farm, those were things that were submitted but never approved for one reason or the next. So I personally look forward to more questions being asked, more answers, generating more questions so that everybody can be informed, because while I think there is this relative perception that electricity rates are high, I think once you get into the numbers, you will see it could look a lot worse. And Senator Koyi has already shared with us that a tariff review is going to happen to see where things are going to land. And I think that's going to be important so that in terms of the outcomes of this, as I think Senator Wade was trying to say, that where everybody's hoping for cheaper power, then if we can understand whether it's through cost-benefit analysis, whether it's looking at how proposals are reviewed, how tariff reviews are conducted, looking at the national scope that other utilities are also putting in for a tariff, and understanding the national context to this, so that we can plan, so that we can look at what's coming, and so that, as has been called out, we can keep to our commitment, as Senator Galvez eloquently put it, our flagship renewable energy sources, and that we can keep to this set of generation and feel good that we know what we're doing and how we're doing it and how we're going to get there. And I caution to underscore, and I believe Senator Farber quoted from the summary, while we're there counting, or I don't want to say counting chickens, but we're counting profits in terms of what is to come into the economy, I really, really and truly need to underscore how critically important it will be to protect the watersheds that feed those dams. Because I think the term at the information session was environmental issues. But there was a call, and I was a journalist then, interviewing San Marshall about what the environmental impact was when those dams opened. And I would just want to underscore that it is not just about the river and whether the river is decreasing, but it is also about what are we doing to the watersheds feeding those rivers, and what it is that we're doing around that entire space along the river for those 3 hydro facilities that actually have a compounding and cascading impact on what is in the river at any point of the year. Because again, in terms of the climate crisis and that predictability, we should not be part of compounding the issues that are already facing a run-of-the-river dam, and looking at how we are enhancing and strengthening the ability of the ecosystem to serve. And I say that not just from a energy security move, but also from a water security move. How many times has FCD and Mr. Rafael Manzanero called out to this country that from the Chicky Bull, we get 60% of our water, 60%. And yet we have development in there, we have illegal activities in there that compromises that. So alongside with focusing laser in terms of the acquisition and the outcomes related to the acquisition, I would truly hope that this also causes a laser focus into the things that we need. That's the one thing that the human body literally cannot do without. And that's why the rising heat is so detrimental from a health perspective to the human body, because Senator Wade talks about having to put on the AC, and that should be something that every Belizean should get. And I hear him. That's what's happening in India, where they have 40 and 50 degrees Celsius temperatures, and their bodies are literally baking, boiling, because they can't cool down in the night as the human body typically tends to do. And what that has done is increase their demand on the grid, and the grid collapses in the same way. There are things, and we have spoken about this, there are things that we can do even in our construction to help to bring down the heat and the impact to that. But I say all of that to emphasize that it has to be that we're looking at that holistically, that we're looking at that within an ecosystem and not seeing this as some type of isolated thing. The dam is either functioning or not. And I want to align also with something Senator Guerra called out in terms of the dams being maintained to international standard, and aligning myself with the inference that that means that we do have opportunity to strengthen our local laws and regulations to make sure that in terms of maintenance and looking at all the, again, corresponding things that we can be doing for the environment and around protection and maintaining, whether it's OSH standards or other things, that we can be looking at strengthening and bringing that up. Because as any Google search or AI will tell you, maintenance of the dam is what determines whether the dam will last 30 years, 50 years, or 100 years. So that corresponding impact of maintenance. And last but not least, I think also that alongside that of making sure that training is there and that opportunity for those Belizeans, and expanding that so that there is that national play in that dynamic as well. I remember my first opportunity to visit the Panama Canal, and just that pride of everybody on that canal is a Panamanian. That was the one thing when they took over that canal, that was one of the first things that they said, you have to be a Panamanian. So as we move forward with, I think the term is Belizeanization, that looking at those outcomes and coming up with those outcomes and making sure that we're on track for that, because otherwise we're expecting things that it can't deliver. So I would just close, Madam President, with saying that I also fully align myself with the call of getting as much disclosure and transparency, and I said all the studies and the feasibility Senator Courtney mentioned, start of Diwali today, and echoing that, but also looking at what Diwali means. It's light over darkness and knowledge over ignorance. And I think if it is that Belizean people need more information to feel comfortable and to get on board and to increase their involvement, then why not? So I look forward to that being something that is shared so that everybody who needs to feel comfort can do that. Everybody who needs to be informed about maybe the things that will get a little bit worse or a little bit harder before they get better, that they can be prepared and they can plan and move accordingly, so that we can make this the outcome or the set of outcomes we need. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. If I may be permitted to join your good self and Senator Chanona in recognizing Cancer Awareness and Cancer Month, and congratulating Speaker Woods on her completion. And I was here thinking, looking back at our two previous motions on our loans and Senator Chanona's reference to gender-based violence, and acknowledging, recognizing that the ministry responsible for those two is the Ministry of Finance, And I take this opportunity to say, my good sir, Senator Cowie, the confines. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, man, I have even less optimism. But I say that somehow, someone who still somehow has talent in them in that ministry, that the confines of the loan motion that is directed to empowering women, that somehow in it extends itself to addressing assistance to women in gender-based violence situation. And the last, I would crave your indulgence to permit me joining with Senator Cowie and Senator Chanona in wishing our Indian Belizeans, Courtney, you know I make this happens to me, eh? Our Indian Belizeans, happy Shub Diwali. No favor at all, you know, so I don't know why I do that. No disrespect, gentlemen. It's not unparliamentary. So, and the light you speak of, Senator Chanona, when is it are we to have the light? Shouldn't it be before we buy the light than after we don't buy the light? Because you see your call that says the light that is Shub Diwali. We look forward to the remaining information, inquiries, and answers. It is our position that it should have come before this document was executed. And you see the irony of this, and it always provides that knee-jerk reaction to me, Madam President, because this administration, the last term and now, commit themselves and undertook to good governance, transparency, and accountability. But here we are looking at a bill, and when you go to Section 11, it says, this act shall come into force on the 21st day of October 2025. Madam President, whether we may agree, not agree, you said day 6 over there, majority may prevail, because it has to go into force tomorrow. And how is it, I ask? Well, you know, let me say, Madam President, I can say, and this is not imputing any improper motives, but I can say I am happy in this moment that I don't invite any consideration that anyone has to consider that by virtue of me being a board member or by virtue of my small firm representing any of the parties, that you don't have to worry about conflict of interest. No, but my one small, right? Why not get no ends on those things? So I am comfortable and happy for that. And it should never be that we should put ourselves in a position where we have to defend our integrity, because I take it for granted that that bespeaks us, and I know Senator Courtney will agree, it bespeaks you. This session that was held, that I hear you reference, Senator Chanona, you know, it made me wonder, where were we? Weren't we invited? I would have loved to go, because you see, when we are provided the information, invited to these things, I, for one, it makes it so much easier to know that I have enough information at my disposal that will take away from whatever presentation I have to make here today. But I didn't have that benefit. And thankfully, we got the report by Suknandan, because that was necessarily helpful, and it crippled the lower house. And I wonder, how is it, as lawmakers in this country, we are passing things where it's one thing for people to have the information and don't read and don't come here and get up and talk, you know. But it's another thing for people to just not have it. And it can't be that we are dealing with these things with our chambers just not having the information. Man, the way you give glowing commendations to the government, it would seem you know everything. Now, let me go to the bill, Madam President. Let me make it clear. The opposition is not against nationalizing any utility. That is not our position. We are for nationalizing utility. Man, if we can remember, it is the Barrow administration that put in constitutional safeguards for our national or utilities. I think, as I understand it, and having looked at the documents, the issues that are arising is the manner in which the sale was done and the way in which disclosure happened, the obligation and the responsibility of the government to ensure that in taking on this noble endeavor, that paramount is the interest of the Belizean people to see such an endeavor translate into the dollars and cents of the Belizean people's pockets. So that, I would say, is a summary of my approach to the deal. When looking at the agreement, one of the first things I hear the government saying, it's a good deal, it's saving money. But also in the documents, there are clauses that says, and let me read section 10 subsection B, 10B of the bill. Not, and permit me to read, Madam President, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in the Income and Business Tax Act, the Exchange Control Regulations Act, and regulations made thereunder, the Stamp Duties Act, or any other law, rule, regulation, order, or instrument whatsoever, upon divestment of any of the FBL shares or the BEL shares or any portion thereof, any such transfer by the government to any member of the public shall be exempt from stamp duty, and any dividends declared and or distributed by or any interest paid on any securities issued by FBL or BEL, as the case may be, shall be exempt from any income, business, or withholding taxes.
First shaft to the Belizean.
Into perpetuity. Now, let's look at it in a balanced way. The government is saying they have nationalized for the benefit of Belizeans. So when they nationalize, they're immediately divesting shares as well as setting up a 3-member body, Ambassador Lin Young, to whom we can afford no criticism, Nadia Garcia, I will not repeat the last part of my statement, and Mr. Joe Wade. I can associate myself with the first part of my statement. And they will be responsible for divesting the dams. And I can't say, and I look forward to you clarifying who from the government. I say it is such a disappointment that the one talented Senator Koi is leaving the Ministry of Finance, but who on the government will lead or participate or advise in the divesting of the shares to the public? Yeah, we need a newser if there is any. But who a landman? So we have these two things, the divesting of the shares and the dams. And it is for the public. I looked in the act to see whether or not public was defined, and you would want to take it for granted it means public at large, but is it public at large in Belize or public at large anybody? And I asked myself, I had to acknowledge that perhaps when Senator Courtney is not taking all the legal briefs in the country, because I am able to still work and earn a living, I may possibly be one of the persons who could buy 1 or 10 or 20 shares. But Senator Koyi, if there is any group of persons getting together, forming any company to buy, tag me in, no? I don't know that I can say that for the ordinary Belizeans. So you see this statement that it is for Belizeans and being put to the public? Which Belizean has disposable income at a time of inflation and high cost of living to take money from salaries where they barely afford one livable wage and buy in back to BEL? Well, the hydro, the new name, no? Which average Belizean? And so I don't want us to stand here and preach and laud government as if though this is truly for the average Belizean citizen. And Senator Faber made reference to speculative trading. I will get to that and explain a bit why that is a concern. Because there are only a small number of Belizeans who can get up and say, I will buy into that design. So is it that the government telling me that, or making me realize that I don't know the average Belizean for which they transact on my behalf? And is that the realization for the average Belizean that when this transaction they have to come to face with it, it's just said to be on their behalf, but not felt to be on their behalf? Madam President, please permit me to perhaps take a minute or two off of Senator Courtney's summing up. I heard Senator Dennison ask, why we buy this now for? What was the need for buying it? Why no? And I join with Senator Galvez when she, according to what we've been told, correctly pointed out the reason, which was Fortis removing its interest in the region and getting out of business. And Senator Courtney said the three main objectives, and correct me, Senator Courtney, stem outflow of foreign dollars, terminate clause causing increase in cost, and give the opportunity to participate in equity and debt market by Belizeans. So that is not a secret. The government has said that is the impetus to which they have entered into this agreement. I tell you, Uganda, the sessions I didn't, so I don't know any other reason other than the one provided by Senator Courtney and those that accompany the documents. So I can't say those are the reasons, and I accept them. Because at the end of the day, what those reasons have caused is that Belize, the government, has put itself in prime position to take the first opportunity to nationalize. In relation to and I've dealt with the offering of the shares and the divesting of the dams before. Let me move on. In relation to the debate on the dams and the report from Mr. Suknandan. You know, Honorable President, two things can exist at the same time, two competing truths. And what is true and correct and in the report is, as Senator Faber has said, on the state and the condition of the dams. That is what is in the report. Now, what is clear to me is that Senator Guerra has not appreciated the distinction between the condition of the dam and the functionality of the dam. one may inform the other. And unless you want to conclude that Suknandan was just crazy and contradicting himself in the report, the truth is the report gave us insight into the condition of the dam. And to go even further, Madam President, I received by way of interested Belizeans pictures showing me what the dams look like. And so I cannot fall into the same trap of reading one side of the page that says it functions at this and this and it, and not appreciate the other part of the report that gives clear, uncontrovertible statements that the condition of the dam is poor. What does that have to do with the bigger picture? What is there corollary, attendant to, or envisaged in the agreement by the government to address the cost of not only keeping the dams functionable, but ensuring that the condition of the dams does not deteriorate to the point where it affects the production of electricity? What is there? When we forego all these taxes, where will the money come from to fix the dams? Should it not be a consideration? Should it not be collateral information that should be shared with us to make us know, you know what, we have everything under control, we have foresight, and we've made provisions for those things down the line? What cannot be lost, Madam President, is the noble endeavor to nationalize and the correlation between how it is felt by the Belizean people. I remember on the last occasion debating the budget, I made reference to Belizeans want to feel this low rate of inflation. We want to feel the benefit of this agreement in our pockets, because I have not heard, have not seen, have not read how this agreement will change or improve electricity supply and or rates. And those two things are important. And there is not much, if we take one point of view, there is not much we can do in terms of rates, because some things were predetermined. We have the PUC that plays an important role, which I am yet to see how a government entity will operate above board to regulate the government. And in terms of rate, Belizeans want to know, I want to know, because I too am tired of highlight bill, and I too tired of blackout with blowout appliances. And there are many Belizeans who experience power surge as a result of the blackout. And I've been told that we are looking forward to more load shedding. So it would have been helpful to see, attendant to this agreement, some treatment of energy production in the future. And I can anticipate, oh, we're not there yet. That is to come. But we are divesting the dams, which is the source of our energy production. And it is yet to be seen who will invest. And I put on record, Madam President, that when that time comes and the shares are put to public, and I think an amendment should be made to Section 3. Section 3 sub C, that says For greater certainty, it is hereby declared that the government C is lawfully authorized to divest the FBL shares and the BL shares or any portion thereof to members of the public. I would like to add that when that happens, and it should be written into the bill, that those persons and or entities, corporate entities and their beneficiaries do not enjoy the cloak of the dark, that the public knows exactly who is investing, which corporate entity is investing, and if corporate entity, who are the directors, shareholders, who are the beneficial owners. Madam President, going to the agreement itself, the text of the agreement, the issue of foreign law and jurisdiction and waiver of sovereign immunity is cause for concern. And it's like we are in a history deja vu loop. Because, and I'm sure Senator Courtney will take the opportunity to speak of what happened before in terms of nationalization. And whether or not those criticisms are true and correct, for which I don't associate myself with, the point remains, the criticism there was that we subjected ourselves to foreign arbitration, bound by foreign arbitral awards, and in an agreement at that time they claim was secret. The truth is, Madam President, having arbitration in Miami by a 3-member ICC panel is not doing anything better than what they argued against. Waiving sovereign immunity is not doing anything better than what they argued against. This halfway transparency, this halfway bringing it to the public, I would still like to know the agreement provides that each party bear their own costs. Fortis and government. So I understand that Fortis is paying my good colleagues' firm independently out of their own pockets, but I still want to know which attorneys represent the government and how much the government is paying them for the work on this agreement. So tell me no. I never hear it and I never see it. How much did Jackie Marshall earn for advising the government, for handling the sale agreements? So you see, Madam President, we get some information, but not all. And so when Senator Chanuna said, yes, we should promote inquiry that invites answers, that provokes further inquiry, and therein lies the light. I come back to my point that that light ought to have been before and not after, because this agreement has been executed. We don't have the ability to turn away from it. We have to pass it today. The act says it goes into force tomorrow. We have to make immediately available, I think, $18 million, US dollars. The finality of the awards at any arbitration is also concern for me, because those awards, the agreements say, are final. We have no right of appeal. And I hear Senator Dennison suggesting that Well, we should have no problem with that, provided we have the ability to pay Fortis and that the break is clean. I can agree that reading the documents, the break is clean. I can agree that considering they're moving the respective treasury bills and notes to accommodate the sale, we should be able to pay. But man, stranger things happen, you know, Madam President. And if I am to consider the criticisms about the last round of privatization, then we know stranger things do happen. So it doesn't give me any comfort because we can't be sure. We can't be certain. Now, there is another part of the agreement, the confidentiality clause, that gives me much concern because the agreements are limited to the strictest of confidentiality, save for those they say that may be necessary for public disclosure. Now, I don't have any faith, trust, or hope that what the government deems necessary for public disclosure will be the kind of disclosure that the public needs. Can they pick and choose what they want to tell you? You never know the full picture, and we always have to ask questions. So I fundamentally have an issue with such a confidentiality clause because it does not breed true transparency. This confidentiality is limited, and Cabinet should adopt an internal transparency protocol for reporting back to the Belizean public. Crave your indulgence, Madam President. Before I move on to the topic of questionable trading practices, the reason why I said we seem to be stuck in a deja vu history loop the BTL nationalization came with a lot of criticisms, but then we were able and privy to in real time and now seeing it in real life the former Right Honorable Dean Barrow's prophecy. As soon as the current administration got into government, it was no longer about ensuring BTL was able to secure the highest possible rates of returns. There was the divesting of BTL services to Smart. We saw that in real time. And that, we don't realize, provoked the BTL autopsy. I would say killed it. But I mean, the company is still running, we still have employees. And then now we see the rumor of a BTL fresh dead to a ban again. We hear BTL the buy over Smart. Now what I will not do, Madam President, is say with any absolute certainty that that is true, because I acknowledge that it is a rumor. But the BTL nationalization was not. The Dean Barrow prophecy was not, and the BTL autopsy was not. And by autopsy, I mean the divesting of the services to SMART. Now look at the BEL nationalization and what I call the Johnny Briceño fallacy.
Kindly remember that the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister. So if we are to refer to him in Parliament, can he be referred to as the Prime Minister?
Guided, Madam President, happily so. The Honorable Prime Minister Johnny Briceño fallacy. Because the point is the fallacy, not the name. And the fallacy is this. We are nationalizing for and on behalf of the Belizean people. But which Belizeans? The BEL, save for the constitutional safeguards, are open to, and this is why Honorable Farber referenced it, open to reprivatization and or PPP. We're happy. We like the PPP right now. We like public-partner-private partnership. Because what can really happen, and it is not fear-mongering, Madam President, because we've seen these things happen over and over again. What can really happen is either what is already in place or what is yet to be set up are those persons, those entities which are meant to benefit from government coming before to nationalize and then to divest later on. And so my caution to the Belizean people is just that. Be on the lookout for down the line when the divestments are happening. Be on the lookout to hold the government to account, to disclose those persons and entities. Be on the lookout to ensure that this was not just a vehicle. Well, my colleague says retirement plan. That is not what I say. I'm not asking about retirement plans. The only question I have had on my mind for the past few days is the Houtif Budna. But what I want to say, Madam President, is the Belizean public need to be on the lookout so that at the very first instance, when this begins to smell, we have to together act to keep the government accountable. Because remember, this is a noble endeavor meant for us collectively, not us a few. And so, Madam President, you have heard the lead opposition senator say that he does not support this endeavor. I can easily associate myself with him. I do understand that whether I support this or not, this is a done deal. I can easily say that I will not ever suggest that it is not a good and noble move for the government to nationalize our utility. I can easily say that it is a good and noble move that after the nationalization, it should be put, truly put into Belizean hands. And Belizeans collectively, all, not a few. Leader of the opposition, the Honorable Tracy Tega Panton, in her contribution to the House of Representatives debate said it like this. Please just make sure a little portion, that's what you say, a portion, go to the Belizean people. Truly appreciating that when Belizeans, the few, buy in, it is to the exclusion of the majority. But where is government's responsibility to ensure that that doesn't happen? And so that is what I'm saying, Madam President. In addition to accomplishing a noble cause of nationalizing our utility, comes with it the responsibility to ensure that it translates into something meaningful for Belizeans. Whether it means that we can look into renewable sources. Mind you, I did a little research and found that renewable sources of energy, the cost per kilowatt hour is less than hydro energy any day. And so it is important for the government to look farther than it knows, to know that hydroelectric power is not the only source of energy. And at a time when everybody else is tapping into renewable sources of energy. And perhaps that comes down the line. And where it comes down the line, great, commendable. But I hope when it comes down the line and we're hearing and seeing of contracts, it's not the few again lining up to benefit. And so all I am saying, let it be truly what it is said to be for. Do not let the former Right Honorable Dean Barrow's prophecy of the BTL nationalization attach itself to this BEL nationalization. Because in real time we are here now. And in real time we can begin to hold ourselves to account to ensure that it doesn't happen. And so I would like to propose some safeguards for, is it that Senator Koi, you're no longer minister, but still part of cabinet like the good Senator Courtney? Oh my, that changed? Oh, I thought the release said even though you were stepping down, you would still be a part of cabinet? Aye. In any event, I propose some recommendation and safeguards. The formal rate waiver resolution, Cabinet and us, I mean, I don't know how far we can go with this one, but we should explicitly acknowledge sovereign immunity waiver. Because the thing is about sovereign immunity and the arbitral awards, it being final, that can extend itself to our assets, you know, any assets. And I don't know that this government, and truly I don't know that any government has ever taken stock of the assets of this country. Is there any stock-taking endeavor, my good Senator Courtney, that I don't know about? Do we know what all? So that down the line, well, if the good Mr. Waite knows, we're hoping that it's not a matter for secret, so that those final arbitral awards, we know what we stand to lose should it extend to our assets. Because the awards can extend itself to assets to satisfy the very awards. An insurance and asset transition plan. Immediate novation of all FBL insurance policies to GOB or BEL. When Senator Dennison opened his arms to the employees to unionize, that is not the end of it. There should be an insurance and asset transition plan.
Senator Pitts, just a note, there's 5 minutes left.
Guided my good Senator President, I am in my closing. Lovely, right? Pension and Labor Compliance Review. Mandate Ministry of Labor and Social Security to manage planned terminations and employee transitions where there are such. Now we hear that the framework that is there remains, and we like that. But in the event that there are any transitions, ensure that they're seamless and nobody is at a disadvantage. Arbitration Preparedness Fund. Man, if you listen to the government, then they tell you, nos estamos Jesus Cristo. We know we not have no need for go to any arbitration and pay any arbitral awards. But let's just say they are not Jesus Christ, and we do go to the ICC. There should be an arbitration preparedness fund. And I mentioned the asset protection framework. Do we have any overseas assets? It occurred to me, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. But cataloging state assets vulnerable to enforcement. And I say this cautiously, create legal ring fencing measures. Because I mean, the agreement don't sign, you don't want to be seen doing anything untoward. But tying into my statement on a stock taking of the assets is not only to do it, but let it be known. Belizeans deserve a right to know the extent of the patrimony from north to south, east to west. Public reporting mechanism. Require annual cabinet brief on operational, financial, and legal status and of BEL and FBL for transparency. And the reason why I say that is the concern I took with the confidentiality agreement and how it limits public disclosure to what they can properly determine what is public interest and what is not public interest. I conclude the agreement of the 2025 Fortis divestment package, no doubt at this moment, restores full national control of the electricity system, but it introduces significant legal and sovereign risks due to foreign governing law, arbitration abroad, and waiver of immunity. With the proper risk management, including explicit cabinet acknowledgement, insurance continuity, and legal readiness, these agreements can yield strategic long-term benefits for energy independence and public accountability. So, until those things, I say, can happen or has happened, I don't find that we're at any state, Senator Chanona, to see any light. And I am hoping with the current state of affairs, we don't experience any interruption of light. Because the one thing I wanted to feel sure of is that this agreement could translate itself into meaning stable, consistent, provision of energy at a lower rate to the Belizean people. I am not in a position to say that that is what this agreement represents at this point. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise, of course, to give my full and complete and unwavering support to this, the Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025. Madam President, I would like to first ask your permission to refer to my notes. But before I do that, I would like to quickly refer to the technical inspection of the Moyehon Chalio and Vaca hydroelectric facilities, Belize, prepared by the Sukdandan Consulting LLC. Because I was wondering for a minute if the members on the other side had a copy of this technical inspection. Because based on what I heard, especially from Senator Farber, I had to wonder. Because to add to what Senator Guerra already articulated in his presentation, and if somebody may listen to Senator Farber's presentation this morning and turn off the radio or the TV, they would have been misinformed grossly. So I have to take this opportunity to read for the record what the asset life outlook, and specifically we are referring, just as what Senator Guerra mentioned in his presentation, we're referring to 3 dams, as mentioned before, Moyehon, Vaca, Chalio, and we're referring to 30% of Fortis's share in BL. But specifically looking at the dam, this is what the inspection report tells us. And I read, with ongoing routine maintenance, planned overhauls, and effective environmental management and civil components are expected to have 40 to 60 years of remaining life. You hear that? Because when I listened to Senator Farber this morning, he would have sway make you think that you'd buy, like we say in a Creole, pussy in a bag. Like these assets, right, Senator Guerra, like the assets are run down. Nothing good. Which is like a complete misinformation to the Belizean people. While life support of 40 to 60 years, we're looking at my birthday tomorrow, 40 years from now, I am 94. I'm not sure if I'll still around, Madam President. Thank you very much. But I'm just trying to show that these assets are in very good condition. The mechanical systems, which are the turbines and the penstocks, 20 to 40 years of life remaining in them, at least we're looking at. And the electrical systems, 15 to 20 years. These are not my figures. These are from the professionals who did the assessment of these assets. So I just had to point out those facts before I begin my presentation, Madam President, in order to correctly inform the Belizean people as far as what this government is prepared to do. So, Madam President, this bill authorizes the government of Belize to complete the acquisition of shares held by Fortis Energy Cayman Inc., Fortis Cayman Inc., and to consolidate Belizean ownership of the nation's primary electricity provider, the Belize Electricity Limited, known as BEL, and its parent company, Fortis Belize Limited. And it lays out the framework for how these shares may later be offered to the public, ensuring that this investment will become a shared national asset. I must also point out, Madam President, especially after listening to Senator Cetina, and I was surprised to hear his remarks, because after my colleague Senator Galvez eloquently pointed out that this situation that the government and this nation finds itself in, we did not go to seek out this situation. On the contrary, it presented itself to us, because whether we were interested or not, as has been stated over and over in various presentations today, Fortis is and has been divesting its asset not only in Belize, but in the entire region. So, whether the government was interested or not, they would have still sold their interests in Belize, along with what they're doing in other areas, I think Turks and Caicos and somewhere else. So, the government sees this as an opportunity to have our energy assets being fully Belizean owned. And who can disagree with that, Madam President? Who? I can't, for the life of me, understand anybody that would oppose this situation. So, Madam President, by approving this legislation, we are reclaiming a critical national asset and affirming that essential public utilities must serve the Belizean people first and foremost. And so, as Senator Herrera in his presentation articulated and explained to us, that to meet these obligations responsibly, the bill authorizes the issuance of treasury bills and treasury notes, and he explained the difference between these two. This ensures that the government has the legal and fiscal flexibility, Madam President, to complete this acquisition without disrupting other national priorities or causing undue strain on public finances. And that is what we mean by being responsible, by conducting these transactions in a responsible manner, Madam President. So, Madam President, it is important to note that this bill does not simply authorize government to buy. It's bigger than that. It also creates a framework for how government may later divest shares to the Belizean public in an orderly and equitable fashion, Madam President. This provision is vital. It ensures that the Belizean people will never bear the loss of undervalued sales or politically motivated disposals, as we have heard the other side caution on. It safeguards the integrity of the transaction and ensures that if and when shares are offered to the public, they are offered at fair and transparent terms. Madam President, the benefits of this bill go far and beyond BEL, Fortis, etc., etc. The real benefits by nationalizing this very important asset are the Belizean people, Madam President, and I cannot overemphasize that enough. By returning BEL's ownership to Belizean hands, we will ensure three things, Madam President. We will ensure that dividends and profits remain within the hands of Belize and Belizeans. We will ensure that investment decisions are made in alignment with national energy policy. We will be able to dictate our own terms, Madam President, which is key. And finally, we will be able to ensure that tariff setting continues to reflect the needs and the realities of Belizean consumers. I listened to Pastor Wade talk about the whole turning on his air condition, and others reflected on the current cost of electricity. All these things we will be able to control and regulate, Madam President. This transaction therefore serves not only economic goals, Madam President, but also social justice and national empowerment. It ensures that the Belizean people, through this government, through their government, are the ultimate owners and steward of this essential utility. And that is what is important, and we have to keep at the forefront of this discussion, Madam President. Madam President, let's look at the whole issue of transparency, accountability, all the buzzwords that we hear over and over. But it is equally important to emphasize this bill's commitment to the very thing, the very buzzword of transparency and accountability. And I listened with great dismay and disappointment this morning at Senator Faber, who scold this side and talk about the fact that this thing is being rushed and not sufficient time was given to this process, and they're being kept out of certain things, and the reading of the haste in terms of the passing of this bill through the lower house, and what we're doing today in this honorable Senate. And I said to myself, Madam President, these are the same Senator Faber way that I once the Deputy Prime Minister. You do? I had to wonder, because for 13 years they sat in government. And if I'm not mistaken, Senator Courtney, I think the UDP holds the record for passing bills, rush it through on the same day as they, right? And in fact, I don't have the number, but I am sure that they are the record holder when it comes to passing bills through the House the same day. When it comes to one particular utility, Madam President, talking about rush, we all can remember the manner in which the BTL transaction was handled under the Barrow administration. Talking about doing business in a hotel room in Miami, then bring it and rushing it through both houses, and you will sit there and try to lecture us about handling a situation, in this case where time frame is important. These are negotiations that are undergoing, that the government has to make a decision, and that is what we're doing. So don't sit and try to lecture us about rushing anything through this house, because you guys over there don't have the moral authority to tell us about rushing anything. Madam President, in fact, one more example. In 2015, when the UDP settled this same Fortis transaction that we are discussing here, after 4 years of expensive litigation, you know, Madam President, the UDP government, what they did, this is 10 years ago, they thought, boy, you know, 10 years ago, 2015, they held a cabinet meeting. They decided what they decided there. They called a special house meeting, and they rushed that bill through the house. And he, Senator Faber, sat right there. Had no problem. You can't scold Dean Barrow. You can't tell our boss, why they rush this thing here? Make it take with time. Or using those same words that he said, used this morning. You never do that. It was all right then. All of a sudden, be all right then. But now he wants to come here and pontificate about rushing things through the house. Madam President, we have to be better than that. And so, this acquisition process will be subject to all relevant financial oversight. I want him to know, including audit by the Auditor General and reporting through the Ministry of Finance. The terms of the share purchase agreements will be made public, ensuring that Belizeans understand how this government acted on their behalf. So, Madam President, this democratization, that's a big word, of ownership is one of the most progressive features of this bill, aligning with the broader vision of economic inclusion and national unity. So, Madam President, I want to really cut my presentation short, because my colleagues have mentioned quite a bit of what I had prepared. You like hear that? So let me start to close off by looking ahead, Madam President, and state that this bill sets the stage for the next phase of Belize's energy development. A phase characterized by renewable generation, technological innovation, building on an energy system that is resilient, green, and inclusive. We can expand investment in solar, hydro, and biomass power, modernize the national grid, and continue to reduce our dependence on imported electricity. I want to reference a bit of what Senator Wade mentioned in his remarks this morning. And he also mentioned that cost of power in Belize, I'm not sure where he got his statistics from, but I won't argue with what he presented because I don't know. And the fact that Belize has the what? Second highest? Second highest in Central America. Like I said, I don't know where he get his statistics from, and I would like to know, to see for myself and to review those statistics. But I also want to reference, Senator Wade, the Carelec survey from 2024, last year, ranks Belize as the 4th lowest utility in the Caribbean. In the Caribbean. Right. And this was among 22 countries, by the way. So we are part of the Caribbean. And so does Guyana is not an island, nor Suriname, but they are part of that survey as well. So those are the facts. And yes, they need to continue to advocate for low electricity costs, will always be there. So, of course, we have to look at other areas to source our electricity other than hydroelectricity. And this government is in full support of that. So, Madam President, this Belize Electricity Investment Bill 2025 stands as a landmark in the history of economic governance and public ownership in Belize, and I'm proud to be a part of that. It is a bill that, one, strengthens national control over our electricity sector, two, establishes a fair and transparent mechanism for public participation in ownership, three, protects the integrity of the transaction through fiscal discipline and legal safeguard, and four, it paves the way for a more sustainable, self-reliant, and equitable energy future. I may forget to mention one more thing that Senator Faber may bring up. Because when we talk about the whole issue of who own this and who have the opportunity to invest when the time comes for divestment. And he made reference to one of the potential stakeholders, which is the credit unions, along with Social Security and other entities. But I wanted to point out, and he asked me about the whole issue of member owners. At the end of the day, if my figures are right, there's about 115,000 member owners across various credit unions in this country. And when you mention credit union, who are the owners of the credit unions? It's members. That the members own the credit union, unlike the banks. It is the members that own the credit unions. And so, if one or any particular credit union decides to invest in Hydro Belize, it will be the people that will invest. It is the people's investment, so that the people will own those shares. And you can't get better than that, Senator Farber. That is the whole dynamics, because you will have to see a return on your investment, and it is a good investment, so they will get their dividends. So, Madam President, it is a bill that reflects confidence in Belize's capacity to manage its own affairs, to invest in its own future. For these reasons, Madam President, as I mentioned when I began, I am proud to support this bill. And I am here on the other side, but in principle, that we move a step toward greater economic sovereignty, and ask that the Senate pass this bill. Madam President, I so move, and I thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if you permit me, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of points have been raised, and I think it will involve, on my part, some level of repetition. But I think the repetition is important, given those on the other side and their interest in obfuscating the truth, obscuring the opportunity that lies before us and the Belizean people here today. This bill is, in its simplest terms, about the acquisition and the Belizeanization of the hydro assets and the shares in BEL. So let's look at that first part, that acquisition, the proposed acquisition of the hydro assets owned by Fortis Belize Limited. And let's start off with approach. I think Senator Gerard did extremely well in making his presentation and highlighting certain areas. The approach. First, in terms of the approach, if we are looking to determine whether an investment is a worthwhile, is a good investment or a great investment, we need to do our due diligence. So this opportunity is not something that had been sought out, as Senator Castillo stated. There was already the advanced negotiations in the purchase of this Fortis Belize interests, not by a Belizean company or group or Belizean public, but by a foreign investor. Clearly, they had confidence enough to invest and to want to invest in a generation company operating in Belize. And clearly the price was attractive enough for Fortis to be willing to sell. We've all had or heard the discussions about Fortis's interests and why they wanted to or were willing to sell to this government. Well, they were willing to sell to another foreign investor just the same, like how they sold their interest in the Turks and Caicos company, and in the process of selling their interest in their Cayman generation company. They have their own policy approach, but the numbers indicate where this investment stands vis-a-vis Fortis. When Fortis acquired and invested in Moyehon and Chalio back in 1999 or thereabouts, its size, its asset size was roughly $1 billion. This investment that it made out of its own equity back then was about $150 million, roughly 15% of its asset size. From then to now, Fortis has grown tremendously. Fortis's market capitalization is now over $36 billion. It's looking at selling an asset within its portfolio of worth, as it has agreed, $110 million. So it is much less of a component or a key component of its asset base. So it is a fit for them to focus more on transmission and distribution when most of their investments, most of their assets are in transmission and distribution and no longer in generation. So it's not difficult to appreciate that they would have an interest to divest their remaining generation assets. So that's on the Fortis side. Now on the Belize side, the Belize government side, is this a good deal? Well, doing due diligence, hiring NERA to do evaluation, hiring Suknandan to do the technical consulting, to provide advice, helps for the government to appreciate whether in fact they can achieve a good deal or achieve a great deal for the government and people of Belize. That approach is not any rocket science approach. That's the approach when you are looking to make an investment. Contrast that now with the approach that was done in the acquisition of BTL, or I shouldn't say acquisition, the nationalization of BTL and BEL back in 2009, 2010, 2011. What was that approach that was taken back then? Was there any due diligence that was undertaken? Was NERA hired before any acquisition process was undertaken? Of course not, because it wasn't looked at as an investment. It was a political action that was taken. No way was there the concern over value for money. And that's where everything went wrong in those transactions. When and after BTL was acquired, guess who was hired to do valuation? NERA. NERA was hired to do the valuation. And what did NERA value BTL for? NERA valued BTL for $70 million US dollars, 140 million Belize. And what did the government of Belize end up paying? Over $610 million. So rather than discount achieve a discount on the value, that administration paid multiples. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't know how I should even describe it, but to pay over 430% of the actual value of the company. It's amazing. It's unbelievable, I should say. But whereas, and that's when you don't do due diligence. That's when you don't do due diligence and
Senators,
spend other people's money.
can we be mindful of Standing Order 40AB and maintain silence while the senator is speaking?
Thank you, Madam President. That's when you don't do due diligence. When you're spending, especially when you're spending other people's money, you should be more responsible in your behavior, in your action. Now we look to this transaction, and this transaction involved that process of due diligence. And in that process of due diligence, that involved legal, financial, technical due diligence. And the outcome of that due diligence resulted in a deal that was put together. I think Senator Dennison spoke to a damn deal. This isn't a damn deal. This is a power plant deal. This is a cash flow deal. These are, you don't buy a dam just to have a dam. The dam generates electricity, and the electricity generates revenues or cash flow, which creates value. It's that, and that's why you do a discounted cash flow method of valuation. It's the cash flow that gives the value to this company. So in looking at what is being purchased, it's the totality. It's the dam, it's the power plant connected to the dam, and it's the contracts associated with those power plants that provide the value to this opportunity that stands before us. And it is that value that NERA or that approach that NERA undertook in reaching a valuation of 122 million, not including the accounts receivable, 122 million. And it is that value that provided the basis upon which the government negotiated for a better than that value at ultimately 110 million as the net sale price, the net purchase price. That is the discount that has been spoken to by various senators that we have achieved as a government, that we have achieved for the benefit of the Belizean people. So there should be no loss of focus on the financial component of this transaction. But at the same time, it's only worth engaging in that transaction if the dam and the physical infrastructure are in good stead, are in good condition. I think issues have been raised over condition versus functionality. But I would say that there should be there is no one who is better equipped to consider and contemplate the condition and functionality of these dams than the consultant himself, Mr. Joseph Suknandan. He was the project manager for all 3 facilities when they were constructed. He was seconded from BL to the government and ultimately to Fortis as those projects, as those dams were built. So there is nobody else better than Mr. Suknandan to advise on the status, the condition, the functionality of those dams. And I think it's important to repeat what Mr. Suknandan said. You have it? I think on page 3. The conclusion, just the conclusion. Yes, apologies, Madam President, but the conclusion of Mr. Suknandan, the one who built the projects, I said it's important to repeat it because so that there is no confusion, there's for total clarity. What the technical experts highlighted.
Senators.
What the technical expert
One
stated.
moment, Senator Coe. Senator Coe has asked that permission to repeat certain information said before for clarity, and I have a lot.
Mr. Suknandan specifically concluded that the Moyahon, Chalio, and Vaca dams are well maintained and compliant with dam safety standards. There are no major issues with the mechanical or electrical systems, and maintenance is up to date. That's the assessment. This is the conclusion. So there are exactly this is not pussy in a bag. This is a good product that's being purchased. So in conducting that due diligence, the technical due diligence indicated that the assets being purchased were in good condition. The financial due diligence indicated that the value was there, the value is there, and the value that was negotiated for is even better than what the NERA, the professional valuators, valued it at. But going through that process, that's the approach, the proper approach that was taken. Now to pay for it, looking at how this deal can be concluded, paying for it does require the raising of the capital. And once again, that process reflects the confidence that our financial system has in a transaction of this nature, but also in the government of Belize, to the extent that this transaction involves the issuance of treasury notes and treasury bills. There has been no difficulty in identifying buyers of these treasury notes or treasury bills. It represents investor confidence in the way that this government has run and continues to run its public finances. In looking at this transaction, besides the due diligence, what are those benefits that come along with that transaction of this nature? Certainly, the foreign exchange savings. As has been highlighted, one of the primary benefits of this transaction include the substantial foreign exchange savings, whereas the initial purchase amount will be in US dollars, will constitute a capital outflow within a period of 5 years. That will be fully accounted for with the savings that will be generated by this acquisition. What that means, between 20 and 25, like I should say, for example, last year, 2024, there was $29.4 million US dollar outflow to Fortis. But even if we don't say $30 million going out every year, even if we just say $20 million going out on average per year for the next 30 to 35 years, that means between 600 and $700 million in foreign exchange savings to the country of Belize. That is certainly impactful. That is significantly impactful in what we will now have in supporting our fixed exchange rate system. We came out of COVID, or went through COVID very concerned about the devaluation of our currency. What does this do now? This substantially improves our foreign exchange reserves for the short, the medium, and the long term. The approach that this government has taken, I should also highlight, has positive implications from an investor confidence standpoint as well. In looking at investment as forming a part of our GDP from the 2009, 2010, 2011, when those nationalizations took place under the UDP administration. For that period from then to 2020, and comparing it with 2021 through 2024, what you see is a marked difference in investment in the country. Whereas, on average, for that period of time, we had a depressed level of investment in our country of around 16% of GDP, or around $680 million on average per year. Since this administration came in 2020, for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, our average investment in country, local and foreign investment in country, is in the vicinity of $1 billion, $40 million, or over 20% of our GDP. There is something to be said to approach, to how you approach investors, how you approach foreign investors in your country, how do you attract investment in your country. And I think that is very reflective of the difference in approach between the two administrations. And I think it's important to appreciate that with that level of investment, that directly contributes to the growth in our GDP, in the growth of the income per capita of each and every Belizean. Now, as to the Belizeanization. The Belizeanization speaks to the divestment. So yes, government acquires, but government acquires with a view to Belizeanize this investment. The authority is sought under the bill for that specific purpose. And with that authority, then government is in a position to divest to members of the public and to share the benefits that will accrue by virtue of this investment in the company. Recall that this transaction involves the purchase of Hydro Belize for roughly $110 million. If it is that the company continues to generate $15 million return per annum, what is the return on investment? You just 15 over 110 puts you between 13 and 14% per annum as your return on investment. Contrast that to what the opportunities, the other opportunities are that exist in Belize. Mostly with the banks, putting your monies on a term deposit with the banks, you'll most certainly get less than 3%. This is a substantial difference in returns that arises in this opportunity, and this is an opportunity for the public at large. concerns have been raised about the different risks, and yes, there are risks, just as there is in every investment. There are risks. Climate risk is probably the most significant risk of this type of investment. The impact on rain. What is that likely to be in the foreseeable future? But in looking at that risk, looking at the trends and looking at the projections on the future, even if there were to be a 1/3 fall off in the return on investment, you're still looking at around 9 to 10% return on investment. So there is a lot of cushion there in terms of making an investment of this nature. We look at the downside in terms of those risks, but we have to also consider the upside in the potential of that this investment has. Right before us, in fact, before the government got involved in negotiating on this transaction, there had already been discussions about building a rubber dam, essentially increasing the reservoir capacity of the Chaleo Dam. By increasing that reservoir capacity, you increase the generation capacity, which in turn enhances the revenue potential of the company, the potential for solar on the reservoir itself, but also the possibility of additional hydro upstream or downstream, or potential opportunities that exist. So we can't just look at the risks without evaluating the opportunities at the same time. So while we consider this Belizeanization, it's important to appreciate that this is an opportunity that has an upside potential besides just the downside risks. Overall, what I would like to conclude on very quickly is that this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity that has presented itself to the government of Belize. This is an opportunity that, in the way that the government of Belize has approached this opportunity, as reflected in the bill, is that this is an opportunity that will be available to the entire Belizean public. So rather than be doubters, we should consider being doers. This is what this administration has been about, being doers, not doubters. Rather than watch or watching, this administration has been about working for the people. And rather than just looking from afar and raising concerns, making complaints, I think it is time for us to seize the opportunity for the government and the people of Belize. So Madam President, I have no hesitation in giving my full support to this bill. Thank you.
Madam President, with your permission, I would like to wind up the debate and to be as brief as I can. It occurred to me when I listened to senators opposite that it is only if you love a pedophile and support Budna and publicly come out and embrace him that you can rationalize away this
Madam President, on a point of order, it is quite uncharacteristic of Senator Courtney to go as far in his political posturing to suggest that I or any other senator on this side is in love with any pedophile. The question from me speaking on it is who thief Budna that no have nothing to do with whether or not he's a pedophile.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I no love Budna. I not wear no T-shirt for Budna. I don't like pedophiles. I will not support pedophiles or defend them. We need, Madam President, to set the record straight. As Senator Castillo pointed out, if you listen to Senator Faber this morning, you will be under the impression that the sky is falling at Molehon, Chaleo, and Vaca. The record must reflect what it is that Mr. Suknandan actually said, and not a part of what he said. With your permission, I will read it into the record, Madam President. Mr. Suknandan said his inspections confirmed that all 3 facilities are in good operational condition with no immediate structural concerns. The low force outage rates reflect reliable performance consistent with industry standards. However, targeted maintenance is required to address minor issues and ensure longevity. That is what Mr. Suknandan said in his report. Minor issues. And then he identified the minor issues. And he addressed each one of them. He said the gravity dam and powerhouse are sound with minimal seepage and no significant abutment issues. He went on about Chaleo. He says a roller compacted concrete dam is structurally robust with minor surface erosion and spalling typical of roller compacted concrete. He continued with Vaca. The dam is in good condition with localized rock falls in the tail race and minor RCC spalling. The penstock shows leakage and corrosion posing potential risk requiring urgent inspection. The access road stability needs ongoing attention. The dam safety, emergency preparedness plans comply with the Canadian Association guidelines but require updated hydrological models and inundation mapping to reflect downstream challenges. All facilities have robust monitoring except Molehon, which lacks the piezometers due to its reservoir size. Sedimentation from deforestation, logging, and wildfire threatens reservoir efficiency. Bathymetric surveys identified sediment zones requiring regular monitoring to protect live storage. Recommendations, and he sets out the recommendations. Molehon, schedule tunnel inspection in 2026 to assess rockfall risks, install the ventilation louvers and cooling to address the heat buildup, upgrade aging electrical panels to ensure reliability. That's all that has to happen at Molehon. At Chaleo, monitor the rock compacted cement surface erosion and water stop deterioration annually. Monitor. Conduct bathymetric surveys every 5 years to track sedimentation. Vaca. Inspect the penstock leakage within 6 months and test access corrosion. Enhance tail race monitoring and consider rock bolting for stability. Generally update the environmental plans with revised hydrological models and inundation maps, implement watershed protection to mitigate sediment and deforestation, maintain access road. Senator Castillo has already read the asset life outlook for all of these facilities, and the conclusion has been repeatedly read into the record. The point of the matter, Madam President and Senators, is that as a part of the due diligence, the government hired Mr. Suknandan, who has the credentials, expertise, and experience to provide the necessary advice, and he advised the government. Let me repeat it. They are well maintained and compliant with dam safety standards. The Belizean people should not listen to Budna supporters. Listen to Mr. Suknandan. Another misrepresentation is to say to this Honorable Senate that there was no need for a decision by the government to acquire the Fortis shares. The fact is that the government was confronted with Fortis saying, we are going to sell to a foreign company. Government was required to act in the national interest. It is a deliberate decision by the government of Belize to say that if these assets are going to be sold to a foreign entity to continue the outflow of foreign exchange, to continue the automatic escalator clause, every year 1.5% increase, that we have an opportunity in the public interest to intervene and to say to Fortis, let us explore the government of Belize buying with the intention of divesting to the Belizean people. It was a necessary decision in the public interest. I listened very carefully to the Budna supporters complain about the incentives that are being offered to persons who buy shares. And you know, one would wonder if we just come from the moon or somewhere out of space. This is not the first time that there is the offer of shares to the public. It's been done in BAL, was done in BTL. There's a transparent way that it has been done and was done and will be done. This is not the first time that international companies are exiting the Caribbean. We no longer hear about First Caribbean, Heritage buying. We no longer hear about Scotia Bank, Belize Bank buying. This is nothing strange. It's a phenomenon that is taking place across the Caribbean and the developing world. So don't come here and pretend that there is something happening in the background, that there is some unspoken mystery about this type of transaction. This, I said pretend, man. That's what I said. Don't come here and pretend as if there is something unnecessary, something unknown that is happening here. The fact situation is, yes, man. The fact situation is that an international company is exiting the Caribbean, and came to the government, and the government said, we will intervene in the public interest. I listened, Madam President, to the criticism about the concessions, the incentives that are being offered to the Belizean people. Someone spoke about the hypocrisy. Yes? People must remember in 2015 they came to Parliament and passed a piece of legislation called the Electricity Acquisition Settlement Act. Sitting in Parliament, this is what they gave to Fortis, led by Dean Barrow and his Deputy Prime Minister, Senator Faber at the time. Extent, remember who was representing the government at that time? Who was representing the government at that time? Answer the question. Who was representing?
Senators.
Who was representing? Sitting right there, Barrow and Williams representing the government.
Senators.
And you sit down.
Don't let me have to stand. Senators, if we can be silent, kindly be reminded, Standing Order 40A, B, Senator present in the Senate during a debate shall maintain silence while another senator is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders.
Thank you, Madam President. The Fortis exemptions granted by the UDP the Fortis companies shall be exempt from all taxes imposed on dividends and distributions paid by BEL to the Fortis shareholder, by Fortis shareholder to its parent company or its shareholders. Beyond that, the Fortis company shall be exempt from exchange control in relation to any future dividends and distributions paid by BEL to Fortis, paid by Fortis to its shareholders. Continues, the Fortis company shall be exempt from any stamp duty that would, but for this provision, be payable on the transfer of shares and the foreign exchange permits. The Fortis companies shall be exempt from any and all taxes, duties, charges, fees, imposts that, but for this provision, will be payable by the Fortis shareholder on the consideration received for the transfer of the Fortis shareholder from the government in the event that the Fortis shareholder exercises its option pursuant to the terms of the option, to the put option. Madam President, members of the Senate, what the bill says is to give even less benefits to any Belizean who buys as a part of the divestment. It is rank hypocrisy to offer that, put it in law, give it to Fortis, and now we're doing a divestment, offering it to Belizeans, and come here and say, I have a problem with it. Why? Why prefer Buddha and not like the Belizeans? We have in this bill an provision that gives clear legal effect to the divestment. Clause 8. Notwithstanding the provisions of any other law, government is hereby authorized from time to time to sell any of the BL shares and FBL shares to members of the public, provided that no BEL shares and or FBL shares shall be sold to the public for a price per share less than the purchase price per share under the share purchase agreements. So, Madam President, whatever they may want to conjure up about how this divestment is going to take place, I hear Lee Mark done Ghana Bank already and say how much he can buy. However much they want to conjure up all types of shenanigans, the Belizean people, by law, are protected in that no divestment can take place for a price less than government is going to pay. That is enshrined in the law to protect the Belizean people's interests. And so, Madam President, when I wind up this debate, I want to again, for the purposes of the record, associate with what Senator Denison referred to, what the Prime Minister referred to, and has been said again. Fortis Belize is managed on a day-by-day basis by 48 Belizeans. Not Fortis Canada, not Fortis Ontario, not Fortis Newfoundland, not Fortis Arizona. Belizeans. That management is going to stay in place. Those Belizeans are going to continue in their jobs. There is absolutely no reason why anyone in their right mind would want to change that management team. The bringing on board of Ambassador Lin Young is to call on his experience and expertise to guide Fortis Belize under government control on the path to transition to the divestment. Yet people come in here and have a problem with that. All of a sudden everybody loves the project now. Oh, that never me! The Bodna! That never me! The point of the matter, Madam President, As has been highlighted again by senators, Fortis Belize operates in a regulated industry. There is agreements approved by the government that govern the sale of electricity from Fortis to BEL. There is one clause that is going to be changed, and that is the automatic escalator clause. That automatic escalator clause will be deleted because the government has said that it will not continue the 1.5% increase in the cost of electricity sold from Fortis Belize to Belize Electricity Limited. And that eventually, Pastor Wade, will have not as big an impact as one would want, but it certainly means that the cost of power to BEL from these dams will not continue to increase automatically on a on an annual basis. And in fact, we all agree that we have to find alternative, and that is why the solar is coming on stream for the generation of electricity. We cannot continue to rely on the expensive CFE power. Madam President, we on this side, certainly the government side, says that the Public Utilities Commission, which regulates the final price of electricity for consumers, remains in place and will have its regulatory function even after divestment. We say the public interest is protected by the guarantee minimum price for any divestment of shares. We say Fortis Belize is well managed, has been well managed, and we pay tribute to those Belizeans who have done so over the years and will continue to do so. And we believe that under the leadership of Kay Menzies and Ambassador Lin Yong, we are going to be in good hands in the months and days ahead. The valuation by NERA as to the value of that facility, the price that the government is paying is less. The put option that gives Fortis the right to get $5 per share, the government is not paying that. It is at a significant discount that these assets are being acquired in the public interest. Every right-minded Belizean, every good-thinking Belizean should support this deal. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to ratify and give effect to the FBL share purchase agreement for the acquisition of the entirety of the issued and outstanding share capital in Fortis Belize Limited by the Government of Belize and the BL share purchase agreement for the acquisition by the Government of Belize of 22,984,662 shares in Belize Electricity Limited, owned by Fortis Cayman Incorporated, to charge the Consolidated Revenue Fund with and authorize the payment of the purchase price and related sums therefrom, to authorize the Financial Secretary to make payments and to issue treasury bills and treasury notes for the purposes of financing the said acquisitions, to raise the principal sums represented by treasury bills and treasury notes outstanding at any one time, to authorize the divestment of the FBL shares and the BL shares to members of the public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to ratify and give effect to the FBL shares purchase agreement and to all matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, to the Belize Electricity Investments Bill 2025.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act Number 4 of 2023 to extend the deadline for the formalization of MSMEs and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. So, Vice President, this bill is a short bill. It's extending the time within which consultations can continue to inform MSMEs about the benefits of the Fiscal Incentives Act and to allow them to register without being penalized. It is expected that those meetings will be finished before the end of the year, and so the bill extends the period for exemption from taxation upon registration until the end of the year. So, Vice President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of 2023 to extend the deadline for the formalization of MSMEs and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of 2023.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
So, Vice President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the ambit and focus on the coastal and ocean governance through mechanisms such as integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning processes to align with international best practices, to provide for holistic integrated coastal and marine management, including the impacts of human interactions, through effective management of ecosystems within the coastal zone and ocean zones, to safeguard the integrity of the critical ecosystems, to enhance climate resilience, to promote equitable use of resources within the coastal zone and ocean of Belize, to facilitate and strengthen cross-sectoral coordination, science-based and participatory planning for informed decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Vice President, this bill comes before the Senate as part of the commitments made by the government of Belize as a part of the Blue Bond. Milestone 5 and Clause 2 of the Conservation Funding Agreement says no later than 4 years after the signing of the agreement, the National Assembly shall approve and the government shall formally sign into law and gazette the revised Coastal Zone Management Act and the ICZM plan, that is integrated coastal zone management plan, which the integrated coastal zone management plan shall include a chapter on marine and coastal biodiversity offsets. It is in complying with that commitment that the bill has been drafted, shared with stakeholders. We understand that some 50 meetings have been held, 400 participants representing 15 stakeholder groups, and engagement in 17 coastal communities. Mr. Vice President, the long and short of it is that the current coastal zone legislation would be repealed and replaced with this bill, which is, as I understand it, a more modern, more integrated, more comprehensive bill than what we currently have. The purpose behind it, of course, is to support the decision by the government of Belize and the commitment made by the government of Belize to provide for up to 30% of our ocean in that and putting it into biodiversity protection. So again, it forms a part of the commitments we made under the Blue Bond, and we are facing a deadline of the 4th of November, I believe it is, 2025, to have this legislation passed.
I recognize Senator Farber.
Thank you. Mr. President, at the outset, let me say that the intent of this bill is laudable and Belize does need strong legislation to guide the sustainable use of our coastal and marine resources. No one, Mr. President, on this side of the Senate disputes the urgency of protecting our reef, our mangroves, and our coastal ecosystems. They are the lifeblood of our economy, our food systems, and our cultural identity. However, the way this bill has been drafted and rushed through Parliament is cause for concern. It reflects, Mr. President, a pattern where international obligations are used to justify hurried lawmaking, leaving inadequate time for proper consultation and local adaptation. And I heard very clearly, my friend, the leader of government business, say that we have to, in fact, we heard before the leader of government business, we heard the Prime Minister say on Friday that we had to rush through all stages of the bill in the one sitting because we're under the obligation, under the Blue Bond Agreement, to complete this milestone by November 5th, I think you said just now? 4th. And while we recognize, Mr. President, that our commitments under this arrangement must be fulfilled, we must never allow international contracts or debt agreements to dictate our legislative process. Also listened as the leader of government business chronicled how many consultation sessions and how many people have been consulted. Well, I will tell you that the people who you consulted do not feel the same way about your understanding of what consultation is. In fact, it is the very same persons or groups that you consulted that are now crying against the rushed manner in which you are putting this forward. It seems that when you say you consult, you call them together, you give them information, you ask them for feedback, but you take none of what they have to say into consideration in affecting how you put together the final product of the bill. And so they have grave concerns about this bill, although they believe in concept, in theory, it is needed and it is a good intention. The bill purports to establish an autonomous coastal zone management authority. Yet when we read the fine print, particularly in section 5 through 13, we see that this autonomy is more fiction than fact. There is tremendous ministerial authority, tremendous ministerial power. The minister appoints the chairman, the majority of the board of directors, and must approve the appointment of the chief executive officer. Even the authority rules, the budgets, the procedures require ministerial approval. And again, I remind my friends on the other side, the government side, that they were the ones who came. I remember this point directly from 2020. They had a session where they presented a whole motion on Plan Belize, and one of the big tenets of what they were professing was that they would reduce ministerial involvement and ministerial discretion. And here we have it again, very, very much glaring. The Barrier Reef Foundation, which can collect gifts and donations, operates under the same ministerial shadow with no independent oversight. This structure makes the authority politically dependent rather than autonomous. True autonomy, Mr. President, requires that technical decisions, particularly those affecting billion-dollar investments, land development, and environmental protection, be shielded from political interference. Otherwise, decisions about dredging, mangrove clearance, or coastal developments will remain at the mercy of political expediency rather than science-based planning. And then Section 33 shows us the weak financial oversight and transparency that is being proposed. This allows the board to appoint its own auditor with the Minister of Finance's approval. However, it does not require oversight by the Auditor General, a fundamental safeguard for accountability when public and donor funds are involved. This omission, Mr. President, opens the door to abuse, or at very minimum, the perception of it. The new Barrier Reef Foundation under Section 36 can receive grants, gifts, donations, and raise funds, yet there are no public reporting or disclosure requirements. Given the large sums that flow through conservation funding, transparency here is not optional, it is essential. We therefore urge that the bill be amended, Mr. President, in the following manner: that it require all financial statements to be audited by the Auditor General, that it mandates annual public disclosure of all funding sources, expenditures, and donations, and that it ensures compliance with international best practices in non-profit financial governance. And then, Mr. President, under Section 47, we see inadequate penalties for environmental offenses. The maximum fine for offenses is $25,000 on summary conviction or $50,000 on indictment. These fines, Mr. President, we believe to be grossly insufficient to deter major environmental violators. There's a saying that children sometimes, a saying of children that they do what they have to do and beg pardon later. Well, we might well find that that is the case for violators who want to cut mangrove and who want to pollute waterways and who want to dredge in sensitive areas. They might well decide that only 25,000, only 50,000 fine, that can't hurt me. I will do what I need to do and then pay the fine when I'm done. This, Mr. President, is just too small an amount, and they are grossly inefficient to deter major environmental violators. If this legislation is to have any teeth, Mr. President, penalties must reflect the true cost of environmental destruction, not merely token sums. For example, the Environmental Protection Act allows for higher fees in certain cases. This bill should at very least, be consistent with that framework. And then there is the danger of the conflict of laws clause. Perhaps the most alarming provision is in Section 45, which reads, where there is a conflict in a provision of this act and the provision of any other law, the provision of this act shall prevail where the subject matter of the conflict is within the primary mandate of this act. In effect, this clause elevates this law above other environmental statutes such as the Environmental Protection Act, Fisheries Resource Act, or Land Utilization Act whenever there is overlap. And I noticed it didn't even say regular law. It says where there is a conflict in a provision of this act and the provision of any other law. That include the Constitution? Can't, right? But should say any other regular law then. Well, yes, it shows you the rush in which they're pushing this legislation without properly doing all the evaluation and all the checking that needs to happen. This means a new authority could override existing safeguards, effectively undermining our broader environmental protection framework. Environmental groups have warned that this is not integration, Mr. President, it's usurpation. If the goal is coherence and coordination, then laws must complement one another, not compete. This section must be removed or redrafted to ensure that the new act harmonizes with, rather than overrides, the environmental protection and fisheries frameworks. Section 24, Mr. President, mentions consultation in preparing the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan, the structure of the authority, and advisory council, and it leaves communities and grassroots organizations underrepresented. The council of 17 members under Section 21 is heavily weighted toward government officials, and there are only 2 NGO representatives and 2 private sector members who are allowed, and they are also appointed, not elected, by the authority of the minister. Talk about ministerial overkill. Belize's coastal communities from Sarteneja, Hopkins to Placencia are the frontline stewards of these ecosystems. They deserve a stronger voice in planning and monitoring. Therefore, the bill should be amended to mandate community representation and to require broad public consultation before any zoning or regulatory changes take effect. We hereby therefore make the following recommendations and calls for amendment. To make this law truly effective, the following changes are recommended. Limiting ministerial control over appointments, budgets, and rulemaking to secure genuine autonomy. Secondly, to introduce conflict of interest and disclosure requirements for all the board members. Thirdly, strengthen financial accountability by requiring oversight from the Auditor General and annual public reports. Fourthly, increase penalties and enforcement powers to deter environmental damage. Fifthly, ensure harmonization with the Environmental Protection Act, Fisheries Resource Act, and related laws. And lastly, broaden community participation and ensure transparent, science-based decision-making. Mr. President, Belize's coastal and marine systems are not just environmental treasures. They are national assets that sustain our tourism, sustain our fisheries, and sustain our way of life every day. We on this side of the Senate cannot support legislation that weakens institutional independence, dilutes accountability, or centralizes power in a single ministry, however noble the stated intent. This bill should therefore be returned to committee for revision and consultation, not because we oppose its goals, but because we owe it to future generations to get this right. Belize's blue economy can only be sustainable if it is transparent, participatory, and accountable, not dictated by foreign agreements or concentrated political control. We must safeguard the reef, not just in words, but in the laws that protect it. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Chanona.
Thank you, Mr. President. And take some deep breaths, because as I sit here, I'm thinking of Pastor Wade's earlier confession that sometimes he cuss himself. And I'm trying to deep breath, because we go into these sessions, Mr. President, committed in good faith, committing to uphold the things that uphold our economy, committed to things that support 60% of our people. 60% of our population depend on these resources. And yet somehow we always end up upset with ourselves for thinking, okay, it will be different this time. And so we grow and we learn, but we will not make that mistake again. I can concur with Senator Courtney as so far as meetings were held, presentations were made. But the bottom line is that changes were made, and there was no reporting back to everyone who had been committing time and energy for more than a year in some cases to come back and say, these are the changes that were made. This is the rationale. This is how we go forward. We have absolutely no control over the timeline, none. And yet, now we're in this rock and hard place that somehow we will be the bad guys for saying that we have further amendments that we would like to see. So with your leave, Mr. President, can I please read our recommendations into the record and to, yes. And for the record, Mr. President, I speak now specifically from the Belize network of NGOs in terms of timelines, but also to, as I say, reiterate that some of our members have been engaged in a much longer process, and those are also captured here. But specific to us and our members, for the record, on August 29th, we were invited by the Coastal Zone to organize a meeting of our membership for presentation of the bill. That meeting was ultimately set for 18 September. We had the presentation 18 September. It was agreed that comments would be shared the 30th of September. Those comments were sent the 30th. On the 9th of October, we wrote back saying, we submitted the comments, can we see the revised bill? That was a commitment made. Yes, as soon as the revised bill is made, we will send it. It was at that session last week, Wednesday, with Senator Koyi, and my colleagues will validate for me that when we discovered that this bill was coming to the Senate today, the Monday, the 20th, we said we have not gotten back the bill. The 15th, we requested another update in writing, and we were sent a matrix. The 16th, the new draft was sent, the 16th being Friday, the House meeting. Listening to the Prime Minister say that
17th.
we were, sorry? 17th, sorry, I apologize. As I said, my voice to tremble. 17th, we heard the Prime Minister say that BNN specifically was involved in legislation. We took that for what it was, and in good faith, we shared with Senator Koyi our red line for our comments. I hear again in the presentation of this bill today that the outset, and it's certainly in the way we went into this, that we are in full and remain in full support of meeting our milestones under the Blue Bond. That is never in doubt, never in question. And we remain for what this act ultimately would create, which is to provide for holistic, integrated coastal and marine management, to manage the impact of human interaction through effective management of ecosystems, promote equitable use within the zone and coastal zone, and to facilitate strengthening cross-sectorial coordination, science-based and participatory planning for informed decision-making. We are in full support of that. This is the context in which we read it, and I trust, as I have reiterated to everyone who has listened in advance of this, that our comments are accepted in the mode that they were prepared, which is that this is an opportunity to strengthen this bill, because we believe that is in the public's interest to do so. We all want what the bill is trying to achieve. So if you could follow with me, please, at 5, the functions and powers of the authority. We remain in support of I, in consultation with governmental agencies, non-governmental agencies, private sector, assist in the preparation of guidelines for developers and coastal zone development. We continue to believe this is an excellent approach, Mr. President, because we have seen consistently where without guidelines to developers, then They're proposing things like a helipad in the middle of a fishing spot, or development where other agencies have already said there is need to be cautious here. We want to go beyond guidelines, though. We want to make sure it's legislated so that the coastal zones can have some teeth to ensure enforceability for that. Later at L, in collaboration with appropriate, at I? Yes, we were looking at moving from guidelines to legislated policies or legislated guidelines. I don't know that guidelines are enforceable as a matter of law. I will refer to the legal experts in the room, but our guidance is guidelines are not enforceable. They are only guidelines. Legislated guidelines to give it some teeth. At L, the members pointed out that this comes across a lot like the National Integrated Water Resources Act. And we're looking at how can we look at mandating here to monitor and create monitoring plans and water quality regardless of development. Because ideally, environmental quality criteria to monitor and hold developers. Right now, there's no criterion that assesses ecological, from an ecological perspective. DOE only monitors effluents. There is no criteria otherwise. So we see L as an opportunity to make sure that there is that environmental quality criteria in place. Moving further to it would be 4 of that same section at page 12, the powers and functions of the authority. So today, for 4A, we're looking at, and I am always in favor of clarity, just to make sure that we don't give anybody any room for question of looking at establishing a hierarchy, because what if one guidance from one entity is in direct contradiction or conflict with another department? How will the guidance be determined? And sub 4A at page 12. If you go by the page number, page 12, all right. Act as a central coordinating authority for implementation with all relevant. So it jumped out that in terms of the hierarchy. It's addressed in a subsequent section as well, but just to flag that that was something that we noticed. Same section, I, advise the minister on matters relating to. So the question there was, will the minister have to justify not going on advice related to any of these advice that are put forward in terms of spatial use and development proposals? Well, and that is the call out, that we have to make sure that there is justification. At K, maintaining a public awareness and outreach program to promote understanding of processes, objectives, and benefits. The concern was that publishing in the Gazette is not a public awareness tactic. We wanted to see if we can get the communities in a position to have access to what that public awareness. So again, just in terms of a little bit of detail in terms of where the communications material and the outreach program would be working and how. At 14, page 14, 7, the Board of Directors. The note here is that, Mr. President, we have these multiple, I would like to see, if I had the time, I would do it, a mapping of all the roles that all our CEOs have to do by law. Because what ends up happening, Mr. President, is you have all these multiple boards, a junior gets dispatched to these meetings. It's not always the same junior. There's lack of clarity in terms of what the powers are that they vote. So in terms of the burden of time, that's one thing. But also, should it be then that that person has a specific designate employees so that there's some consistency in terms of from meeting to meeting of who is attending instead. So fine if you want to leave it at Chief Executive Officer responsible for, but then that they have an appointed alternate so that there's some consistency in terms of it. I know the minutes are there, but again, in terms of recommendation towards strengthening to make it there. At same section, H, I don't know if the chamber, the business community was consulted, but I thought perhaps it should come from a registered body in terms of representation from the private sector. And it would apply to all, but certainly that there would be a conflict of interest declaration required from all members. There was a question underlined at 2 on that same section in terms of what suitably qualified means. I don't know if that can go back to persons in good standing or some kind of expertise, certification, useful knowledge. At 10H, the recommendation for a new ground for termination would be anyone who becomes a beneficial owner of an entity with conflict. To add H, to add H. H, 10 to, just to say anyone who becomes the beneficial owner of an entity with conflict of interest issues to the responsibilities of function in terms of ground for termination. At page 20, 15C, we thought that it would strengthen things tremendously to also look at not just a public understanding and appreciation for all aspects of the ocean and related environment, but also doing some cross-ministerial within relevant and related government authorities to ensure effective implementation. Because what happens, or what we have seen happen, Mr. President, is that it becomes a protected site or a mangrove stand, but then another agency gives a permit that completely undermines that recognition or that contingency. So again, looking at streamlining to make sure that is there. At 16, and I can be guided, again, I have not had a lot of time spent with this version to compare and contrast, but at 16, I could not find where it is explicitly stated that the institute is to seek advice from the advisory council, but then I saw that in the advisory council, that the advisory council is to provide advice to the institute. So I don't know if that's captured in one of these points and I'm missing it. At M, it says advise on development and optimum utilization, but it doesn't say to whom. So I don't know if that's. At J, it says to the authority, but it doesn't say to the advisory council, where I think all the experts are relevant. For B and C of 16, we thought that it would be important to say maintain and manage at B a repository of publicly accessible peer-reviewed data via an online portal with a mandate for regular updating. At C, instead of just an information center, a publicly accessible information center. At E, consider reports of offshore solar, wind, wave, and ocean thermal energy sources submitted to the authority. We couldn't find where there was a reference in terms of who would initiate that, who would pay for that, how would that be managed, and we call that out in the context that the guidelines would be excellent towards that, because what we have seen happen now through NEAC is that the investors come in and they invest in these studies and these feasibility works, and then they say, oh, I've invested $10 million, now I need a return on my investment. You have to let me go through, but if the guidelines are there to give them the parameters or at least the locations of where what type of development is possible, then that takes away some of the issues. So it's trying to look at how do we look at, to use the word from the other side in terms of harmonization, to make sure that there is not a compromise to the development plan that's been agreed to or any protection in place while encouraging investment. The T, conduct at 22, conduct public awareness campaigns. This was changed from the version, and I had an opportunity to have a conversation with Senator Koye on this already, but in terms of the public awareness campaign to support sustainable sports fishing. So between one version to the next, everything related to sports fishing has been excised, and that will go through to fisheries. But just to say that it is something we need to put on record, that excluding the sports fishing that was already here without consultation to the sector stakeholders, we don't think that's best practice, and it's not conducive to good faith. We understand the logic, but again, an opportunity to explain how it will work, and that the time invested does not go away, that everything that was recommended will shift over to another bill or to another amendment. At U, this again looks at how the hierarchy will be established, because we've seen where some recommendations are made, but then there's no clear determination on who's weighing it, how that decision is being made. We have no problem with a decision being made, but we feel like it should be, the recommendations should be publicized or available on public record, so that there's some clarity in who has made which decision in terms of whether there's dredging permits, mangrove clearing, ECPs, and overwater structures. There's also been this issue of, from relevant agencies, not a yes, but a no objection letter. So again, just in terms of ensuring who is making those types of decisions. At part 3 on page 24, J, we noted the, again, in terms of recommending that there be alternates or some type of system for consistency. At J, we thought it should be in this parent act, that it should be that one is from conservation and one is from private sector, so that you don't end up with 2 from conservation, or alternatively 2 from private sector. Page 27, 24B. Proposals, including existing proposals from government agencies relating to coastal and ocean zones, which deal with priority issues as identified in the integrated diagnosis. So we read this in the context of 24.1 that says that there will be within 3 years a new coastal zone plan. But the question then became, well, what will happen in the interim between now and the act goes into force, and 3 years with the plan? So is there like a pause? Is there like a existing predetermination of what would be the sacred zone and what would be the sacrificial zone? So that's more an information point than an amendment there. There was also a recommendation to include the term balance in the interpretation. We have relied on the DOE's mission statement, the Department of Environment's mission statement, that when we put the environment first, development last. So how will we look at defining the word balance? And I will touch on it in my later point further, but just to say that that balance has most often than not, Mr. President, been framed as some kind of either or. We either have jobs to reduce poverty, or we have the environment. We can't have both. We agree to disagree on that point. Another information point at 27.1A, in terms of if the non-governmental agencies are MPA managers, everyone with a legal agreement, all of the above. So perhaps it's all non-governmental agencies as well. Again, just for clarity. We also had questions at 36.1 in terms of the foundation. We know now under the NPO-NGO Act that we'd have to have an identified beneficial owner. Is that going to be the CEO? Is that the chair of the board? Since it would be a separate entity, you know, how that would work. So I guess that was more information seeking than recommendation, given that that would be relevant by that. We thought the database was excellent to establish a database, looking at, seeing what all the permits and licenses and all the EIAs and all of that being readily available. There was more questions in terms of, well, at F, the economic activities, how would that be fed in terms of, tourism folks and shipping, and how does that feed, and so that the database can be populated with up-to-date information. At 38, it continues on the public accessibility recommendations, 38.1, looking at the authority may collect, analyze, and share via accessible means, provided that such data does not compromise national security concerns and within relevant and related privacy laws, all data, just so that there's not some perception that somehow this will not be available for public use and access. Under the miscellaneous, Mr. President, the membership takes note that in May of this year, there was a launch for an initial strategy towards industrialization of blue and green spaces policies. There was a terminology included in the official language that spoke to environmentally sustainable industrialization. We don't understand that term. Seems to be a contradiction in terms, given that most of the definitions available for modifying for industrialization looks at filling of wetlands and basically all activities at the expense of ecological health and public access. So just looking again at how do we ensure that the existing laws regenerate blue spaces and support economic activity within a structure that supports social and well-being, as well as the integrity of the site. The public awareness and ventilation, I think, is why we were hoping that this process would be something that we could look at communicating so that everybody can be comforted by this. 48.1, we recommended looking at the minister will on the recommendation of the authority make regulations, because I think the regulations will support further the Parent Act. There was a question in terms of what care means at 2A, the care, control, and management. I'm not sure if that was meant to denote conservation, but care is what's listed there. So again, Mr. President, just to say that we continue to be committed to this process to make sure that we can support reaching the milestone. We know how important it is, but placing on the record that we have tried to work within the guidelines for the timeline on this, and it's irrespective that we're here, but we have all of these, and I don't know where that leaves us in terms of making sure that at least we can ventilate our concerns and address what we can concern towards strengthening the proposed act so that it can fulfill the act itself. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Sir.
I recognize
Mr. Vice President,
leader.
First of all, and Senator General, do not misunderstand me. I came here with very clear instructions that consultations were held, etc., etc. A long list was sent to me. So I'm not familiar with the timings that you have indicated. It is clear to me that two things. It seems that the government and the stakeholders are committed to this legislation. If I listen to Senator Chanona and I take her at her word that there are issues that need to be addressed, it also seems clear to me that there is a commitment that we will do what is necessary to meet the deadline. My concern, I'm saying to senators, is if we amend the legislation in committee, it means it is returned to the House. The House is not having a meeting before the 4th of November, and therefore we will miss the deadline, which triggers a whole process under the Blue Bond. The situation is we either amend between now and the 4th, and it makes no difference because we will miss the deadline because the House will have to approve the amended legislation. I don't want Senator Chanona, because it is not under my sphere of influence, to say to you that we can pass now and your amendments will be taken on board. What you're talking about is an expertise that I am just not familiar with. So I don't want to say that the government representative has been in touch with me throughout, providing an answer to everything you say, but I would just be parroting it if I mention it because I don't quite understand. So we're in a difficult position and the Senate has to take a decision, Mr. Vice President. We either meet the deadline and try to fix it, or we can come back next week, make our amendments, but we're doing it fully in the knowledge that we will miss the deadline, which will trigger repercussions under the Blue Bond. My request at this stage is that we take a short adjournment or adjournment of the meeting just for 5 or 10 minutes to have a suspension of the meeting so that we can just have a discussion and we try to find a way forward.
Okay, yes, members, we will suspend the meeting and have that discussion, and then we will resume thereafter. So the meeting is suspended.
President, you know, I understand that my colleagues are a bit fatigued and we are trying to see the end of the day. And I will tell you, Senator Courtney, that as much as I am not one to be browbeaten, I'm inclined to take advice and instructions. And my instructions from my good lead opposition senator is that I indicate for the record, Madam President, that I do have grave concerns about this bill. And in as much as I would want to go through them line by line and be here for another maybe 45 minutes to an hour, considering that there is an opportunity, perhaps, if I am to believe the representations, which I tell you I am not so necessarily convinced, but at least there will be an opportunity to have those concerns ventilated and hereafter reflected. But I just wanted to put it on the record that there are some grave concerns coming from me on the bill. I look forward to whatever it is that will happen hereafter, and I will relieve my colleagues from being here for another 45 minutes to 15 minutes.
Madam President, after discussion with colleagues, it is agreed, and I want to put it on the record, that having regard to the concerns that have been raised, it is agreed that I will move the second reading of the bill, and hopefully it will be passed, on the undertaking that we will have a committee of the whole Senate next week to consider the proposed amendments by senators generally, not only confined to Senator Chenona and Senator Pitts, but any senator who has any proposed amendment. We will have the experts present to assist the committee in considering the proposals for amendment, which will then lead to a amendment to the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Management Bill, which is to be passed at the earliest opportunity, if not this month, next month. That is the understanding, and so I ask that the question be put.
Just for clarity, Leader of Government Business, so the amendment bill will originate from the Senate, and we have gotten support from that, from the Cabinet, or?
Well, the Cabinet hasn't seen our amendment bill. What I have said is that we will propose a bill with an amendment. Senator Chenona raised the same question, can they reject it? I gave her undertaking that if we sit here and we're advised by the expert that these are amendments that should be made, that I believe that we would be able to convince the Cabinet that they're reasonable. I mean, if Ms. Wade and the Blue Bond Committee say these should be made, I think the Cabinet will support it.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the ambit and focus of the coastal and ocean governance through mechanisms such as integrated coastal zone management and marine spatial planning processes to align with international best practices, to provide for holistic integrated coastal and marine management, including the impacts of human interactions through effective management of ecosystems within the coastal zone and ocean zones, to safeguard the integrity of critical ecosystems, to enhance climate resilience, to promote equitable use of resources within the coastal zone and ocean zone of Belize, to facilitate and strengthen cross-sectoral coordination, science-based and participatory planning for informed decision-making, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Coastal Zone Management Act, Chapter 329 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Committee of the Whole Senate on Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole Senate. Honorable members, I now call to order the Committee of the Whole Senate. Leader, government business, as I understand it, we have 3 bills for the committee to consider. As I understand it, the 3 will proceed.
I move that the